I am hopping on right now. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, sorry, I had to close down something. All right, let's see what's going on. Give it about a few minutes and then I'll go over the macro news. And we will go through the chart, see what's going on. Okay. Okay. All right, so the S&P 500 E-mini futures are down 0.07%, so basically they're kind of mute. Investors sidelined ahead of the NVIDIA earnings tonight and the July core PCE this morning. Losers were Into, INTU, down 11%, below consensus. Wells Fargo downgrade. So GDDY is down for, did Wells Fargo downgrade? Okay, whatever. Let's see. Team is down 3%. Now is down 2%. ADBE is down 2%. Winners are SMTC. It's up 4%. Oil is down 2%. Third straight day down. Iran and Oman discussing a temporary joint maritime corridor to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see. Yesterday's session, major indexes closed green. Chip and AI rebound led. That was AMD. Marvel, we're up 4%. NVIDIA snapped its longest losing streak since September of 2022. Myrna, up 14%. Economic data release. Okay, let's see. So yesterday we had a consumer confidence. It was at 89.4 versus the 90.3. It was a 7-month low. New home sales, 607K versus 620K. Boston Fed's Collins favors holding for now, but appropriate to tighten policy soon if inflation progress stalls. Okay, so today's key events: July core PCE, which is Fed's preferred gauge. Let's see what that came in at. So it was essentially flat in July. Let's see. Okay, so today's earnings after close, we've got NVIDIA. That's the main event. Options imply a plus 5.0 move by Friday. That could be up or down, guys. That doesn't mean it's going to be up. That's just the implied move. Also, we've got Crowd, CRM. A few of those are reporting earnings today. So basically, markets are in a holding pattern with everything riding on today's 1-2 punch. So July core PCE this morning, and then the NVIDIA earnings tonight. So basically, the core PCE came, I guess, in line. So there's no surprise there. So the headline, though, did run a little hot. It's 0.2 against 0.1 expected. 3.7 year over year. Let's see. So we've got NVIDIA earnings today. We've got Warsh speaking Friday. Got that Jackson Hole starting tomorrow. Okay. So looks like let's take a look where we've got resting orders. I'm just going to zoom out. We have 199 orders sitting at 29,600. That was there yesterday, so I don't know. That's just someone parked there. Otherwise, we don't really have. We've got 42 orders at like 197-ish. Got 23 down at 117, 27. Yeah, they're kind of small. There's nothing prominent at this point. The most prominent one I would say is the 42 that's sitting at the 29, 197-ish. On ES, we've got 102 sitting at 76.90, and down at 76.50, we've got 153. Okay, so let me move my chart over. It's a 15-minute chart. Okay, so we're trading at 29,164. Asia high was up at 29,275, and then London high was right below that. At 29,277. No. Yeah, 277. And then pre-market was around the same place. So what I'm looking at is that looks like pretty strong resistance for now. If you can see, we went up there 3 times, tried to break over, and we rejected and came back down. So if we go up and reject that key level on retest rejection, that's where I'm going to be looking for shorts. If we, however, push over preferably over this 309. And let's say to, I don't know, 320, 315-ish, come back and hold in this zone above 280, then longs would be in play. Another key level that we have is this pivot point at 29,243. And you can see on these candles, we rejected that also multiple times. So this is going to be a little tricky area to see, if it rejects which area, if it's going to go up to that, upper liquidity or just stop at the 243 and reject. So that's where we, look at the price action and what's happening, and that's where I put my order flow footprint to kind of see who is more aggressive, buyers or sellers. So at this point, we're pretty ways down. So if we go up to, this is VWAP at 29,202-ish, 201. So if we go up here, retest, reject, start to pull back down below 190, then that's where we could take shorts. I'm not interested in taking longs between VWAP and between pivot point, just because we have so many other moving averages, and it tends to be choppy, so it could go either way. That's kind of if you see how many wicks are on the left side, quite a bit. This looks more like a chop zone. It's not a really wide range unless you're scalping and you're kind of in and out. But another place, if we don't go up here, if we just flush down to this 96, if it holds on retest hold, then we can take longs. If it flushes below, again, that's how I play my levels. If it flushes below, comes back, retests, rejects, shorts in play. Next level down is this 29.61. Same thing. If it holds, confirmation hold, we long. If it flushes below, retest, rejection, we short. Those of you that are new, I trade NASDAQ rank Q for the majority of the part. I'm more of a scalper, and I've got a tight stop loss, it's been pretty tight lately, I would say, especially in the first 30 minutes. It's 70 ticks or 17.5 points. It's a hard stop loss. If I get wicked out, I'll re-enter. But that's just the way I preserve my capital, and when I start to take my profits, that's basically I take majority off there, and then I'll leave some runners. With trailing, I am more of a base hits. I like consistency and base hits, and taking those payouts. Everybody trades differently, so a lot of times if you size down, you can really hold between these levels. I just prefer, since I've got different accounts, to re-enter at different places with different accounts. So again, I should probably play with some micros, because I know those of you that play micros, 20 points is not a whole lot, but the point isn't in, if you're still trying to get consistent, your best bet is to not even look at the P&L, but just play with like 2 or 3 micros until you get consistent before you try to scale up. And, be consistent for 3 weeks. And that doesn't mean you have to be green every single day. It means you're going to have red, you're going to have green, but it's just a consistency of it and taking, being confident in the trade. And then you scale up. So obviously my journey and where I'm at in my trading is going to be different than someone starting out. So I can get in and get out with bigger size in multiple places, whereas someone that's, newer, even if I tell you, hey, I'm getting out here, there might be hesitation, there might be, some delay. You guys know how NASDAQ moves. I don't want anyone to try to follow anything. At the end of the day, we're here for confluence and to talk about the chart and price action and what I'm taking. So if you see the same thing, we're I don't know, it's just that we're getting overextended or exhausted, and whether it's to the downside or to the upside, that's kind of where you would want to take your trades. So did these people not know that I sorry. So alrighty, let's see. Let me also go down to the just double check. So on the daily, we're still holding that EMA 65 I've been talking to you guys about. On the 4-hour, we are in a downtrend. Well, actually, in the 4-hour, we're just ranging really tight. On the 1-hour, it's starting a little bit of a downtrend. I don't look at 30 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. This is a pretty tight range. We've got a break above or below. Yeah, so right now on the 5-minute, we're obviously in a downtrend. So each time we get up to EMA 15, we reject. But it's best for us to wait. Let's actually check the tech. I also use this in Confluence when I'm trading. Watch what it's doing at the time of what I'm trying to enter. Yeah. Okay. So since yesterday, we've came down on majority of the tech stocks. SMH is kind of holding better. So is Microsoft. A lot of times, on big earnings, they like to push the price up and then dump it before earnings. But let's see. Let's just see if they added any more orders anywhere. No. I don't usually, I know some people have their Bookmap really zoomed in, but given that NQ moves so fast, watching a 10, 20 point move is not, I'm searching for, bigger orders. And to me, I guess everybody does it differently, but 43 is obviously bigger than most of these that are ranging, 5 to 7. Okay, we just opened. Just wait. Let the algos work themselves out. Okay, let's see. We're approaching that key pivot point. But let's see if it's going to push up to that 276 that we talked about, 278. Honestly, I would love for it to push up there and then reject just so that we can get that liquidity up there, and it'll be like a triple top. NVIDIA's pushing, Microsoft's pushing, SMH just waiting. Tesla's pulling back. We've got 43 orders at 300. I wonder if we're going to go grab those and reject. We're losing a little bit of delta. $283, $278. I was kind of hoping we would retest earlier that level and reject to take shorts. I'm not a big fan of taking anything when we had most tech pushing up. But let's see. It'd be nice if we can grab this and reject and then come back. Come on. Let's see. Is it going to reject that 290? On the delta, we still have positive delta, even though price is kind of pulling back. So okay, now we're finally seeing some negative delta. Damn it. Where's the gap fill? Yeah, that's, I literally spent I literally spent like 5 minutes talking about that freaking key level and shit like that, and I didn't take the trade because I didn't do my confirmation retest. Let's see, maybe we can, if it rejects 243-ish, the pivot point, get into a short. I'm just waiting. My hand is on the trigger for a short. Okay, I'm gonna short. I don't like the way it's really wicky, but. And we're right around the EMA 200. Oh, I'm stopped out on my freaking 17-point tick. That's okay. I hate being around the pivot point. ATR is 26, which is a little too much for my 17-point stop loss. So I'm just gonna wait. Okay, I'm gonna short again. Come on. Maybe I need to adjust my stop loss a little bit wider. What? Meta is fuck. Yeah. Well, all right, I'm gonna cut this. It's not a, this, yeah. It's just chop. We've got different, there's a divergence. Amazon's flushing, Google's flushing, Nvidia's trying to push up, Microsoft's, but I mean, I still think it's a short, but I don't like when we're on the pivot point, and I think Meta's pulling back as well. You can see though these candles are, lower lows, so, or lower. Yeah. I meant lower highs, but okay. See? Do we have anything at 10? Nope. All right, I'm going to be looking at taking another short. But I'm going to wait. The wicks on top are pretty big. You guys can see. It's just not, like I say, anytime we're on the pivot point, it's just chop, given the divergence in different tech. So there's about 60 orders up at 29,300 at this point. Holy shit, what was that? That's news. Yeah, anytime, Mike, anytime we see it at the pivot point, it's always freaking gross. But what was this news? I'm not touching this. I don't know what this is. Damn. Meta 5. Oh, White. Okay. Witkoff Kushner head to CENTCOM. White House has envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are visiting U.S. Central Command in Tampa. Okay, for briefings on the situation on the ground. Huh? Both officials have been leading U.S. negotiations with Iran, according to a source. Meta expects a legal expense of about $10 billion. Holy moly, it's a lot. Imagine being the lawyer on that side, where they take like 40%. Let's just wait. At least I'm going to wait. Does anybody know what that was? I still can't find anything aside from Jared Kushner and that freaking candle. Did you see the volume and delta that came through? It was like triple. The only thing that came out at the time, yeah, the only thing that came out was the Steve and Jared. Yeah, that was a news scandal. Yeah, but that was a news scandal. You can tell by on the order flow. It was a sweep. It was let's see what else. There's a bunch of stuff actually. Okay. Well, Microsoft's pushing. Tesla's not trying to push a little bit. Apple's pushing. This price action is crap. I wonder if anybody's paying that 100 grand for Truth Social. Uh, uh, uh. Mm. Have you taken trades? I was just asking. It is trappy. Yeah, I'm not touching it right now. Mm-hmm. Same. Oh, oh, oh. Trade of 8. Oh no. See how far out we are from this trap zone. Opening real or night high. Let's see if we like hold 290. Could take a long. is this? I'm still not a fan of longs though, but what do we do? I'm just not liking the price action today, guys. So far. We've got some orders lining up at 29,400. There's 61 orders. There's 51 right above that, 407. Oh, damn, that was pretty fast. I still don't like it. Yep, it's not holding, so. SMH is pulling back. NVIDIA is trying to pull back. The only thing holding up is like freaking Microsoft. Everything else is like trying to pull back. So should have taken that short. But it's not the best place to take anything. And back to the pivot point we go. Okay, if we can get below 220 and flush below that and come back retest 220, then we should be out of this little trap zone for shorts. Right now we are smack in the middle of a trap zone, chop zone. Good morning. Morning, morning.
Howdy. Just getting dialed in.
Oops, no. Oh, I'm just waiting to see where we can take some shorts or something without needing to move away from this pivot point because it's just chop around there. So if we can go below 220, maybe down 210, retest, reject 220-ish.
high is up here. Get wick above all this. Stick out here. You have this first hour of the market. The high is here, the low is here, the lowest one first, the highest one second. Typically, take out the high on a statistical basis. However, as we're getting closer, we're below the midpoint. So goes by the high is here, goes down here, lowest one first, highest one second. Statistics tell you most likely go up here. You're sitting on yesterday's close and the midpoint. The midpoint is yesterday's close. So if you're looking overall for trades today, you possibly look for this. But here's a little like walk through real fast. I'll say what's up for you. Let me just finish this thought before I lose it. So I'm gonna try to line up conflicts. What can I line up probability wise in in my favor overall? Okay, I could say,
Okay,
well,
let's see if we can go up and reject 225-ish.
yesterday's close, and we're right in the middle. We're above the QOP. Sure. However, we just rejected yesterday's high. Now we broke yesterday's high, so we should probably close here green on the day, but big rejection of yesterday's high. And immediate price action telling you that there's a lot of selling. I can look over at a few other factors too, right? We know that it's probably a choppy scenario. Probably not a whole lot of buying to push this higher. So choppy to down is the overall scenario. But we have bullshit ease. There's obviously some buying out of the gate, but internals aren't that strong. Mags aren't that strong. The heaviest weighted stocks in the market is not so strong, but outside of that, Apple, you got very weak, very weak. Strong. So it's like a very mixed bag. Tells me to expect even more. Tells me to expect job. So
We've been around this zone, like the 220s to 260s, for quite some time. It's been like a real battle between the two. I mean, ironically enough, like that pivot point is right up at 244. You have yesterday's body candle high at 270. But I've noticed that we've been gravitating towards this little price zone between 230 and 260.
below yesterday's control. This is value area low.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was on mute, but I'm short. Only a couple of points in. Come on.
Yeah, the short off the pivot point looked great.
What is price on right now? Reversal signal here. It's not even getting like a pushback. This is just sell. Here, look at the video. This is what I'm watching on my other monitor. Which is expected. The video is not going to do it. What's up, Brady?
Saw, dude.
Just
Come on, just freaking dump it.
Where'd you get in from, Minx?
Well, 220 was my 223-ish, 224 to reject. And I got in a little late.
Sell 31.
I am at 203.5 4.50, so I'm like barely in because when I got in, I hit market, sell market, so it didn't fill me right, but it's
Well, this
okay.
shit looks good for you.
There's 15. All right, let's fucking go. Finally. Should have sized up even more, but I'm gonna scale some out. There we go, 23.
Weaker. You haven't even got the full first hour yet, and look, we're already at ID low. So that bullish ID has not been set.
Okay. There's 24 points. I'm gonna put my stop loss on my runner right in
Based on the price
right above break even. There's 27. What the hell?
What the hell?
What the hell? Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to change my stop loss, but it won't let me. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, there's 36.
I think you can get down to 140 in a flash. You got the body candle low from yesterday.
I think we take out overnight lows.
Yeah, dog.
I think we got this area.
I have one runner left.
Position wise, buy. SPX.
This is the reason, guys, I have tight stop losses, so I got stopped out twice. We'll find an entry and take a better trade.
707.
Come on.
Should be like go against low. Yeah.
Let's go. Go, go,
There you
go.
go.
Come on, come on. I'm gonna move my I'm gonna trail my stop loss on this. And we're gonna do let me see where I'm gonna put my stop loss. Okay, I'm about to get stopped out of my runner. That's okay though. Secured more than. All right, let's go. There it is. Out.
So we should take out all those. It is 30 minutes.
700 times. So 5, 6, 1,000, 2,500. All right. Awesome, awesome. Secured a payout. Locking myself out.
Thoughts on I'll take this. I would rather see. Let's get to here.
Okay, let me find some other accounts.
Let's talk to this.
Diego.
Big sell day. Nice retracement of that. Obviously, a better retracement than I probably expected. But it's telling me that. We got inside the end. I wanted to get long and waiting on this. Pull back to here. Consolidate. Situation in the moon. Like my biggest fear for crypto is
I'm gonna short right here at I get filled 89, 89.5. And I am looking to, make a new low a day on this, but I will take some out into the 60s.
there you go.
I might join you actually on a
As
different
always,
account.
prioritize. all that stuff.
I'm in at 183 on different accounts, so
So my biggest concern is a lot of these crypto funds is the treasury commentary. So I mean, part of it is what Trump said the other day, but it was also a lot of it was Besant and basically saying we're going to print money without it. So all your like anti-inflationary stuff. That hasn't happened. It didn't happen until September. But if something gets resolved at some point, it's gone. The bond market comes in. Like, that goes right back up. The Clarity Act only has a 14% pass. If it doesn't pass in September, it's like mid 2027 before it comes up again. Wow. And the Clarity Act has nothing really to do.
I want to see a harder rejection from 200. I will stop above 205.
Also upset if the AI trade moves back on bodies. Your speculative on I could probably short like 220, 230.
Up back at VWAP.
I'm going to be very I'm trade last night, but very
Break it here, break it here, break it here. All right, I am about to stop out. Unless this candle decides to reverse. Get some pressure from 200 and send her down. Let's go get that 140. Here we go. My average is right here at 189.50. Stops are right above 205. I have a trim set at 165.
still making noise. Coming right into 210.
We crack below 75. Stops go to 88.
I think we have a pretty good chance of I think I'm right back. Maybe short about access to 220s to 240s. Spreaders, this is
We'll see. Kind of just going a little sideways. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay taking this loss. Flat right now. VIX is dropping a little bit.
I'm stopped out on that one.
Yeah, I'm okay with accepting that loss. You know, it's all good. Entry was at
Today's
89. Stops were at 06.
today's price action is horrible.
It's not a big loss.
very tempted to short here. Right where 220, 240s is fine.
Yeah, it came right up to the 9 EMA on NQ's 10 minutes. Rejected on the Qs. We're running into all of the EMAs. You know, I'm going to try the short right here. One contract filled at 16, rejecting the 21 EMA on the 10 minutes. That is really the entry is right there. We already rejected the 9 EMA on the 10 minute. Want to see some pressure selling down.
May just be more of a like a feeling thing.
Want to get that feeling? It's a short NQ healing.
I got Backstreet Boys or NSYNC on here.
And then you get like, 15-point little stick.
DX feed reduction.
Showing her. You want right here. Middle. Typically,
All right, I just added one on the short. Brings my average to 223. God, didn't get my eyes checked.
That zoom in button on me.
Bruh. All right, here we go. We're now in profit. 223 is my average.
I did put a poll in the chat. I want to kind of bring you guys. I don't want to just go get people that you guys aren't interested in. So curious if you would rather have big name day traders like Rips or Matt, Traders Paradise, those type of names, or if you'd rather have Citadel market makers, traders that are trading on Wall Street every day. You'd rather have like CEOs, fund managers.
Come on, crack it. I think the answer, Ryan, is D, all of the above.
Yeah, but like things. The interesting thing is, of course,
Sophie Rain. I'm like, where did that come out of? I think Shaquille O'Neal's got that one.
we are interviewing Eric Trump.
Dumb.
On
Okay.
That's awesome.
Dog shake countdown time.
common traders.
I got a I have a trim right above 200, which I want to see it flash down to.
Let's see. What is the
No.
That's what's keeping. I clicked to leave an order at 240. The reason I'm asking is the reason I'm asking like NYGs, like I could bring guys this type of signal, big market makers, and kind of what they actually do, how they I could bring on other big traders in the space, average traders that will actually relate to. Go try to actually get investment, longer term stuff to mix it up.
Come on, burn the bridge.
This looks like a short.
Burn it. Pull the keeper.
250.
I've got to trim just above 200 from 223. Hopefully this 1 minute candle swipes it. Swipe there. Oh, cheese and rice.
Cheese and
Do you
rice.
want to use? There's a reason why the book set up the way it is. Few thousand people on our channel watch. You know, is that going to do anything?
Rice and cheese.
Like one of you after you guys. I did not like. Like I said, I just can't. I miss my orders. I can't get enough confidence in. It's not confidence as much as it's confidence in the trade. It's like I don't have enough confidence in the trade. Like it's just something I just don't feel good about trying to. Even though that my overall is chopped, but probably stay chopped. Or would you? I mean, are you guys even? Would you guys be interested in watching interviews? Period. Or you want more like trading content, more live trading, but you want more like educational content or psychology, stuff like that. Or whoever mentioned the other day that like college show. Like, no, we should do something outside of just in the life trades. Yeah, I can't. So like that's what we try to do in spaces all the time. Just do interviews in the middle of the day. Did a trader spotlight thing. I thought was pretty cool. The nice thing about YouTube is these interviews after the market, like John or something, just not educational psychology. Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like the market making would be interesting. Maybe you like get some takeaways from like how they actually do, how they actually approach the market and do things. Do you get value out of that, or is it? That's what literally why I'm asking you from the book. I'm asking you. This is exactly my read from what you guys want, from what I think is probably most valuable is once in a while. This is what I would do outside of live stream. So one of the things that YouTube's kind of opened the door for us is we had to fit it in into live spaces because it was live content only. But with YouTube, we can actually do a lot of content we can watch in the evenings, on the weekends, outside.
I just stopped out.
Yeah, 15 minutes. So it's just.
No bueno.
Was like a question. This to me, like, yeah. Well, and that's because of the market.
Crazy.
So I know a lot of people have been like complaining about it. absolutely. Just best. I mean, like, I'm not, obviously, they don't count the days of it. You can be patient, disciplined. You can get one or two really good opportunities a day. Just stack up things. Should just trade ES. The ES is the same shorts. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see what I was looking at it while ago. Is the next data you took out previous session high, which means you should close green on the day. Pretty good. Statistic.
Hmm.
Going right up to 77, huh? To the body candle high from yesterday.
Yeah, that was. So, did I make any money right there? No. But I stayed out of a trade that I wasn't confident in and didn't feel good about. And I didn't take I mean, like, and it's fine if you do take a stop, take your shots. Like, good extension. It was already managed their risk really well. So, like, I'm not commenting on them. I don't blame just Steve the setup, but just for me, in this one particular scenario, I couldn't line up enough things that made me feel good about the short. And I'm sitting here looking at it going, oh, you know, 20 points out or so.
Yeah, and I was 6 points from a trim. So, you know, days like that, it's like trim early and often. So,
range. Oh, absolutely. So makes sense. I agree with this 100%. I have not been doing any swing trade. Gold's the only swing trade that I've done. But you have 2 ounces of market awareness. It's not a fantastic swing trade. You can do it. It's just not easy. It's very, very frustrating. It's because the market's trying to consolidate after big. You guys know, yeah, the Asian sessions have been better, especially the last little bit. I mean, like, business isn't fast, right? We just rage after rage.
this is going to come down now, isn't it? Sitting in this zone again, like what, 230s to 260s.
This right here, I do want to set up actually. I actually will sit back. A little crash course video. I'll get with you. Basic auction market theory. Maybe like an intro level version. Have you come on to do shoot you a message. I'll shoot you a message. One evening after the market, I'll see if we get that one together. I do want to start getting like, you know, do on with Brady, kind of how he reads things. Maybe he goes over Bookmap. We do live teaching stuff all day here, but it is easier for people to focus like really on learning strategy stuff side of stuff. If it's done, you know, as a video separately. Bitcoin Stadium 100. Shock. I saw those anchored VWAPs too. Go put anchored VWAPs on the highs of the last ops. where can we watch this? He has some content out already, but what I'm saying is we'll do a new video for free. Well, just for the record, I know you're over on X. Most of the crowd is on X. Better chat experience, better overall experience, and that's where we'll be uploading. This is just gonna be. It could be an absolutely stay.
That's what it looks like.
It's coming into the day. The base case of all base cases, yeah, completely chop rotational, no volume.
I'm gonna try to short this top of this zone I have right here. I got filled at, again, checking my eyes, 256.
Yeah, I'm gonna take on the back. Whereas heavy D's here, but heavy D says take clubs for a walk is my favorite.
Take the clubs for a walk. I'm not a golfer. I'm gonna use that on my friends. That's hilarious. Was about 10 points in profit. I'm about 8 points in from 256 short at Q. I want to see this slam below the pivot point, which is 243. I want to see 140s, but you know, that's 100 points. I will take it off the table if we get down in the 20s. Not looking for a ton then.
Video. Go look at the 5-minute video. Google or something else. You just it's like it's like 5 minutes, just like algorithm.
Yeah. Coffee.
If you if you try to short 280s in Q, you really don't want it back over like 310 because then you're gonna take it down. The problem is you have like mini zones all within a bigger balance zone. This is kind of like a little.
My stop is in profit now from 256, just a couple points. You know, I've gotten run over once for what, like a 15-point loss. So I want to capture something, even if it's a little. More importantly, I want to protect capital. And if it hits, you know, it hits. And it hit.
Yes.
I'd like to re-enter. All right, fuck it. 50, I got filled. Come on, just crack it. Playing this tight.
So the Bookmap is super severe. There's no big orders here. Just it's like 20 points stretch. The X profile, the resistance right here on SPX, you have a bigger draw downside. QQQ, you have slight resistance at 7. But the bigger draw is upside. So, Look, you look. I hope it drops 50 points here.
I don't even want 50 points.
I love that. I don't even want profit. I just want break even. Right?
I'm at break even right now. My fill's at 50. ES is pushing, so
We're around that pivot point. It's always freaking chop. I fucking hate it.
all right, I just stopped 10 points out of profit or 10-point loss. 11 points actually. Not a good short. If you can't beat them, join them, right? The move might be to go surfing. I short just keeps knocking on my door. All right, I'm going to try this again at 56. Short on NQ. One of these has to work, right? Right. Or is this just going to scream? Yeah. All right. My stop just hit at 75. Not the greatest look for trying to short this damn thing off that pivot level. Just accept that I was wrong. The market will tell you. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, rejecting that 280 for sure. I don't know if it's a perfect long. I don't think anything's perfect right now. It's going right back into this damn zone. 230s to 60s. Weak rejection. Ah, it's got a fighting chance.
Are you guys getting wrong?
Nope.
Grandma, I see that too, the NFP. It's just too bigger. We have an IB tape. Technically, it's fair.
I'm gonna look for another short.
It's just not enough.
We're on a new 10-minute candle. We get below this 60, I'm gonna short.
On SPY tech. Do you have the 5-day thing or the? Switched up. Answers always just those of you that are hanging out watching, should be your experience. Like, but my, if you're newer, you're learning things out. And just my thoughts, just to share this here. When you don't have enough confidence, and you know it's a choppy environment, you know there's big data coming down the pipe at us, your expectations should be way lower. You should be way pickier with your trades. You shouldn't try to trade the same as you trade every other day. This is my first game. Well, yeah, Grambo. I like that name. Never seen it. The whole point is like, I looked at taking the short here. It looked like a pretty good back test. Wicks coming into the point levels. This candle here twice. It looked like it possibly had a short stretch. So this candle started, but that just didn't have a like being choppy, range bound is more base days.
All right, I'm going to short right up. If we get below the 60, one more little push down, I am going to short.
So I could have taken a short here and stopped out, another here and stopped out again.
Boom, filled.
Two losses in a row.
Come on down finally.
What I like to call a, I mean, look, you can win trades, but you can also win by not taking bad trades. And I want a lot of you guys to try to focus more on that.
My fill was 56 short NQ. Few points in profit right here. I'm looking to take some off right below 40.
Billy, are you talking about this one? This one. The actual chart itself. Damn, I guess. Oil is popping.
Damn. Oil is ripping. Send us down, NQ. Want to see the bottom of the zone in the 30s.
So this is the actual distributed chart. There's spot. There's two different ones, a Baltic or similar. Getting familiar.
Come on.
This one is putting, it's just highlighting where gamma is building, growing, on the way where it's sitting. It's the X on the left.
My trim set at 38. We're approaching it. In from 56, short NQ, coming into the pivot point at 43, which is also the 9 EMA on the 10-minute, which is at 41. My trim's at 38, so just below it. All it takes is a good trade to make up for the losses, and here it is, order filled. I'm looking now for 200. Stops in profit, obviously. If I see some acceleration into the 20s, I will lower my TP down from 200 down to like 160. But if we start bouncing on the 21 right around here, I will look to take my or move my stop to about 45, and I'll take profit right above the pivot point. So the pivot point is really acting as my resistance at the moment. So that's where I will take my profits off the table, short from 29,257. Took a trim a little bit south of that, 38. And now I'm looking for like honestly like 160s. We get below this 21 EMA on the 10-minute for NQ right here. It's pushing down off of 28. We should start to really see some acceleration. And then I'm going to slide my stop down from, where is it right now, at 44, right above the pivot point, which again, I'm okay if that hits, or it's at 45. I'll put it right above the 21 EMA on the 10-minute time frame. And then make a call.
I didn't take a sip of my coffee as we were talking. Gold.
My stop is about to get hit. 15 points in profit. And nope, we're still in.
Terminals are really weak.
Sitting right at 45 even. And I'm flat. Bond, how to trim one mini? Are you asking how to trim?
I wanted Bitcoin to go a little bit higher, but this spot would be a good spot to reject. And if this thing comes in, AI try the yes short again. I do like Frosty Dog. This is exactly why I trade my because I can take partial profits on trade. Yeah, another thing of that's why like I'm not trying to like my thesis if we get a major pivot to make me bullish on crypto, adoption's the only argument, but for Bitcoin. So you need the store value by adoption by major governments or something. But if you believe in the 4-year cycle, bleeding point cycle.
I'm reshorting NQ.
This is on so let's see. I'm not a huge believer in the quarters. Not enough data sets to if you do believe in it, it's October.
This is straight up chop, guys.
And I believe
My fill on that reshort was 50. So we're approaching 10 points. I am looking for 220 for a trim. Keep stabbing. Eventually the hole will get big enough.
that's what she said.
Fa! Hit me with a fa! We're having fun, guys. We're having fun.
I paused twice, like it came, like I almost said it immediately. I just couldn't hold it.
Stop sharing profit. Bro, I don't know.
Hot two.
I would like to see NQ do a hawk Tua down to 220. If not, I'll get stopped in profit. My entry was 250.
I heard she didn't get any money out of it.
She got robbed, bro.
I heard she got played harder.
She got hawk Tua.
It wasn't even, she didn't even, there's no way she's smart enough to actually do it. What I understood is the people that like
Condor.
rugged her too. Like they
Yeah.
kept,
You think that she's not smart? She got on an interview and said, spit on that thing. Like, come on, dude. Like, that's her proudest moment. Like,
That's crazy.
shame.
I grew up
That was easy.
Ugh. All right, we're
situational awareness was leveraged roughly $3 per $1.
I'd like to see us push down from the pivot point, which is at 243, right around here. Would really like to see it push down. Sitting right on the 9 EMA on NQ's 10 minutes. The 21's below us, which is at like 31. I'm short from 250, looking for 219 on a trim. My stops are in profit from 250. Oil's absolutely pushing, man. That's just riding the 9 EMA on the 5 minute, just a couple taps and it goes up. Come on, push us down, pivot points. Iran war news. Iran is still in a wartime situation. Its nuclear sites have not been secured for inspection. Don't do that. Don't stop me out. We're flat.
This thing could go either way.
We're flats. Oh, yeah. Well, we're having fun scalping. Oh, it's gonna go right back down.
I've been trying to watch like the cumulative delta. It's going up slightly. So let's sit down a little bit.
All right, I'm reshorting this pivot level, 42. I'm doing a smaller size on this one. Stop. So right. Let's go push this a bit. Right in the middle of this zone. Should have waited a little bit, but
see Boris. Boris does a lot of energy this way. I love this market, but you can this morning. There's not enough confidence. Way too choppy. In a very choppy range. Period.
yeah, I'm just gonna take a exit right here for 7 points.
They're buying this stuff up pretty aggressively. They were in decent amount of flow before the presentation. It's probably a net good thing. I think that the open is just from the headline shock a little bit.
Push.
But having it resolved and not like an overarching thing above your head anymore is, I think, just a net good thing. I don't like that it rejected the 50-day exactly at the high. I do like that it's getting bought up here. If I were taking the meta trade, I would look probably a little bit further out and take 600s or 610s. I think that's the way I would play it because 590 is like known resistance at this point. So I feel like there's going to be more asymmetric upside. I think it's through 590 and you have strikes up here. That's just my thought. Snip. The ES wants to look weaker now. But IWM is typically a leader, just an overall bullish bearishness. IWM looks strong. It's shorter, 90 words. Oil is coming very. This is 72, 40, 82, 50 area. Very interesting. And been straight up for those hours of Amazon.
Straight up.
Maybe find a. Let's trade him in this. Just space out cells and it's above on yes and buys it. I had a pretty good time doing that queue. Plus, no, I mean like just for the rest of the day. Well, you could put 90, 95, 77 just cells on yes those three spots. You can put One side. A little bit of what's up, Darius?
Darius Rucker?
You haven't taken either side of Ivy. You're sitting dead in the middle. Observation. You're sitting at the night open. You're sitting at yesterday's news. You want to much weaker here?
I'm so glad I locked my some of my accounts. No.
Yeah, it's best to lock out.
SPX is trying to pull it up. At least. Wants to trade the video features.
Nobody.
It's the most certain. I can't even trade future. Features.
Is this thing finally going to crack?
I think so. I don't know what route it wants to take to go lower, but I think it's going to.
Big zone on Bookmap right here in the 20s. Like, look at all those buyers on Bookmap on the session volume profile from like 30s down to like right around here, 25. Like 180, 126, 224, 105, all positive. So that's where the contracts are being traded on the session. Yeah. It's just right here in the zone. You have all these buyers.
It is interesting. It's 600.
Dude, I haven't even zoomed out. That's crazy. How long's he been there?
He's been there all.
It's been there since shit, I got military time on. 1700s. That's what, 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Pacific.
Data back to go see.
Yeah, 1700 hours on the 25th. So it's the 26th.
No, you're good. We should trade 80, right? We should trade 10, at least 10 points lower. Just based on this. Hey, what are you run? Take it slow though. Take it slow. Reloading the account. If I look at today, if you're the type that just you have to trade something, whatever, like first and foremost, I would say fight that. and actually get some, lock in, get some discipline. But if you just want to feel something, like you're straight, go buy a cheap eval and bring an eval. But don't go into the day trading expecting to say, hey, there's opportunities here to make big trades. You can take little pop shots at this thing, try to scalp your way. But don't push today with the expectation that there you go, Ryan. It's slow down. Slow down, don't be greedy. Take profit when it's there, have a roadmap of trades. Trade what the chart's giving you, trade what the day is giving you, the opportunities. And don't trade when you don't have. Don't push. Like, I think one of the hardest things once you get funded for the first time, or you get your first payout, is whenever you have to go back and do an eval again at some point, because you're like, oh, I've done this before. You try to like go back a lot.
This is crazy price action. I think we're going to have this all day.
It happens. Identify why that happened. Identify why it happened. How did you get into a scenario where you blew the five? Was it over trading? Was it a bunch of losses in a row? Was it oversized? Was it trailing drawdown or something like that?
All right, guys, I'm out. I'm obviously not going to trade this, but
Who's Tim Curry?
don't play around with this, guys.
Some kind of Hollywood. Rocky for Tim Curry passed away. Oh, this is the guy. Okay, I recognize this face now. Guy as well. Well, that's number 2. So the Dolly Park. I knew somebody was going to go with Steph. But Del Curry's the dad, right? And then Stephen Curry, what's his brother's name? Something else announced, right? Even? Yeah, that's exactly where I was going, Jamie. So this is number 2. Who's number 3? Saf. Yeah, that's right, Saf. It's weird. It does feel like things happen. What are we buying up right now? Yes, positions. It's average. It's semis. Look how strong semis are. Even though the video's sideways, SMH is trying to go back. Micron just moved. Dell's about to make me. think yes is still fine. Yes. I think we're going to 480 next. I just don't know if we need to go down and sweep the lows. Semis are too strong to short. Yes. Oh, we are 2 hours in the market.
And Q's going to get up to 300 pretty quick. Oh, but what's happening right here at 85? These 40 or so orders, 50 orders right at 83.75. See what they do, and they filled. Look at that. I can just send her up. Why not?
Would you go check out that? Check 50. QQQ is right here. Look at this mixed profile. SPX wants to go down. QQQ wants to go up. IWM is finally getting a bounce.
Just a subtle hey. Shh.
Well, all the way over here to the top on how much is so Nuker, can you explain what so I do need to do a better job of that. If you ever, thank you for asking. If you ever have a question about what we're saying, I'm happy to give more detail. I know like we have all different levels of traders here, and I want to make sure we accommodate everyone.
It's a valid question.
So if you ever have a question on levels, so most of the levels that we're calling out are going to be NQ, which is NASDAQ Q, NQ. And NQ, same thing, right? It's just a smaller version of size. So that's the majority of what like day trading is going on is with the NQ, but we're also looking at other pieces as confluence and stuff. We're looking at ES a lot, we're looking at SPX, QQQ, IndieX, SPY, those kind of things, and trying to find like what are other, there are other things hitting levels as well that we can line up with.
I'll be right back. Did I miss the fucking short?
Maybe have to say that he's going to take over Ukraine all pretty much.
Oh my lord.
He said they were going to do plan an escalation with Ukraine because the talks were fruitless.
Whew.
You know, it's kind of negative all day. Yeah, I was nice short result. Thank you. Thank you. I've been here for 2.5 hours. I think I touched it. At least one order on my chart canceled. And then I did this. Apple announcing September 9th.
I can get a new phone then. Yay.
Leader in the talks of Kansas now for the day. Is it $88? Yes, I know it's state of 85. You know, it's kind of hard to get excited about this market when the 10-year is up almost 1%. PC was stronger than expected. That daily looks so bad. That thing will surprise you though. The Avgo, it gets crazy oversold. Then all of a sudden it'll whip. That's
Yeah.
like it looks like it looks. Yeah, it looks like a blow off. It only comes with the transaction 345. 345. Maybe three. Yeah, 330s. I'll probably start buying more down there. E6, the transaction. A lot of the video earnings. Oh, a lot. I was thinking more like buy more like equity. Buy like 330. I could see this thing coming all the way to 2 fishes. Recently, talking about this. Doing well. She's been very cool. TMO and have it. So it's been doing well. Phillips 66. Netflix has been doing recent. Melly and Newman have done well. Excellent. Raytheon's been doing really good. Yeah, doing well. Things have been doing well. This is Monday. Was that cool? Yeah, I didn't really know what happened. Fisher Pulse. Video looks like it's about capital. Oh, I forgot I was gonna pull this up. Really? Find it here. What's a buyer in the 30s? But it's been off like percent. Interesting. Video is usually slightly green on the day of earnings. Two tens game.
Shit. Be right back. I'm 100% getting it. I still have like the lightning charger, so I'm like way out of date.
I did into last year. I had like a 14.
I don't even know which one.
I've never made it 3 years. I still have my SE for like 5. So 16. 17.
Bro,
16.
I've got an iPhone 13 Pro. This thing sucks. Oh, that's interesting.
We know Apple doesn't innovate. And for one time, this is actually working in their favor because they're not overspending on all this AI stuff. Some orders just popped up at 157. I'm a buyer about on this. The biggest thing for Apple is they're back to double-digit growth. I think we're gonna see 340, 350 in October. Dex is set up for 360. Yeah, we've been talking about it. I a week ago. So slowly finding it to reach for October. Yes. Hungry. What to order today? Grocery shopping. There's I just said mine to you. Your one overnight and that day. That was the one trick. That's a visual representation of the Asian street. I'm really gonna start interested in short.
Getting really extended.
Oh, yeah. By 31. I may start. Yeah, I'm also sure. Check this out. This. Oh, dude.
Dude, they've got new chicken waffles.
All right, I'm starting. I think you just hold the same area again. Just same spot it held like. Yeah, I'm just doing servers here in my G. Straight all the way up like 4750. 347, 350. How is the chicken waffle? 30 minutes.
Nice. I almost got it yesterday. I had Chick-fil-A.
We have to do a live unboxing.
Oh my God. Make sure you eat it in your car if you do a unboxing. Everyone's video is them eating in a car. It's despicable.
Sorry to be 77. Easy. This. These runners and he is gonna go anywhere. Just gonna put in inside day. Yes, basically inside day. Something 80. There we go. God, I tried 81. I think you lose my mind. That's pretty good. Today. Short and crude up here? Yeah. Like 83.8's better. 83.9. Who asked you? What about? I think it's fine.
I mean, almost looking like oil's double topping on a 1 minute.
Is how it's maybe extension is way overextended. Look left, there's a lot of stuff right here. We look at $83 yeah, sure. It pumped a lot on maybe it's the second time. Touch crude. Yes, can you take it to 70 or does it stop at 70? Sweet. It's 70, it's 69. It's fired. It's just yeah, right now. See, market stops around the 60s to 80s. I also hate the idea of ES. I can do like a 50 cent risk rate. But it's not, I don't have a hard stop in place. I just have my bracket orders. Sorry. If anything, I'll trim. What else do we add? Take a safety trim. Get down. I have my final TP on ES at 76 and a quarter. Take the new low from London. Still has room. Still wants 707 is. Well, short right now. It's short right now. In my opinion. Honestly, long CL is we do everything we can to get the slow. Gas is fun. How much is gas from you guys are at?
Me? Oh, dude.
You get you
580? I've seen it in 6.
right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Jesus. Yeah, it's so cool. It's weird. You can drive like 30 minutes away. Different Boston and get like 20 to 30 cents cheaper. Mine is right at around 6.
Damn, son.
538.
All right, I'm going to long right here at 16. I'm going to try to get back up to the 21 EMA up in like the 20s, 30s, and then I will cut it.
Is Oregon the one where they pump the gas for you?
That's Jersey.
I think Oregon's the same. 470 New Hampshire. 470.
That's diabolical. $7.
365 because yeah, I think my dad said it was like mid threes, mid upper threes. Tampa, 221 in the UK. Ollie, is that liters? Or is
Mhm.
that euros? 'Cause, like mine's like around 27 cases per liter. They do all the Down here in Mexico, you don't pump like this. You pump.
All right, I just stopped. I had a pretty tight stop on that. Only about 6 points.
Some people, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at. I mean, I put premium in mine. So it's like liter cola.
Don't spit in the cop soda.
Want a burger? It's for a cat. Just order a large farm. Large farm. Give me British pounds and liters. I converted pesos to liters. Hey, does that look like spit to you? Did that movie and then like Dumb and Dumber is so dumb. No real story. Sick Rambo.
I'm rich in IOUs.
Drop, right? Yeah. 478 gallon. Something. The reason I'm asking this is because I'm not like I don't see gas prices. Sick Rambo. Oh. Swimmy. Samsonite, I was way. What's up, SC? I'm just chilling. Only thing I've done today is do deals from the DVD. Just, there's one more. There you go, Rizzo. Sorry, I was just on. Huh? What?
He said, "Oh, yeah, this is drilling."
Oh, I did. I was busy. He was checking in the office.
Dude, how is it?
Special.
Nothing special? Dude, I was hoping it was like some Roscoe's.
I mean, it's fine. I was expecting this bitch. She's got. How fast was Chick-fil-A? Do you guys have motorcycles? It's all only people.
Like Chick-fil-A you're talking about?
No, Uber Eats.
Oh. Nah, it's usually cars.
Like down here is it's all motorcycle. And you can see so fast that they can split. They can go to the cars. Just general. This is all like I can order food, but
There was I forget, there was a viral reel somewhere I saw, but this guy's like, I have mastered ordering Uber Eats and getting there the same exact time when driving home from work. So this guy would basically order Uber Eats, leave work, and arrive basically the same time the Uber Eats guy arrives at his house. So he gets out, grabs his Uber Eats from the car, and walks right inside and eats it. Like, interesting.
if you're living downtown, sometimes it's more impressive. Like there's a Domino's in downtown. I'll just I know like in Dallas they go like
Downtown LA, they've got homeless.
true story. One time my car was in the shop. Yeah, this is going. Because we don't like we don't.
Like, sir, I don't know the company policy. Another 800 points lower on Nick Q.
I would love to go 100 percent. Dude, the cars that deliver.
Teslas. I've seen the
Yeah.
bros driving Teslas.
That's how those people. Well, one, after what you just told me, the gas prices are like we almost need that to actually make money. DoorDash.
Almost like people are buying the car and then figuring out, oh shit, I have to pay for this car. Let me drive around this car to make money to pay for the car.
And they also they also
That's fair. And then in California, you get like an EV tax credit or something.
somebody I knew, I can't remember exactly how to say it, basically bought a car for business and did the Uber business. He set it up somehow to where essentially all the money he made from Uber was able to like write off the car, like he paid the car with the money he made, and then came from.
Hmm.
Alright, yeah, 69. 69, it was 64. So, yeah, I don't know how we did it. Yeah. When it's down here pops up, I hands to be on a biscuit. Did you get chicken minis or actual biscuit? Yeah, one chicken biscuit, 4 chicken minis. Yeah.
Nice. Dude, that sounds so good. Lambo only delivers the Rizzle.
World, I don't know. I also know this Prius, Prius.
Hmm.
React, what's the point? He bought 3 of them under a business and we rented those out to.
There's a really funny quote on that Showtime show called Weeds, where U-Turn, which was like a big like pot drug dealer, he would only drive around in obviously like not obviously, but like quote unquote gangster cars. And he saw Nancy Botwin driving her Prius, and he's like, man, this car's so quiet. So he bought his whole crew Priuses so they could do drive-bys in a very quiet environment. So he's like, man, these Priuses are great. I can roll up on people and they don't even hear us. And then all of a sudden you hear pop, 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 pop. I'm like, oh my God. Shout out Showtime. Pretty sure that took place like right around like Orange County Hills, like up in that area.
Watch for us to send down here. It's also it's a capital. Basically, gap is that area. Monday's closed. It's deck support. It's
I was waiting for a comment.
Those things will sneak up on you. I used to, so I worked a summer job for 2 years in college where I delivered bagged ice. So like it's called ready ice, right? Like the bagged ice you buy at the gas station or grocery store. And like I would be at gas stations all day long, get in the back of the freezer truck and toss the bags of ice to my so the there's a guy that drove the truck, and then it was just like I was nice chocolate. I would get in the back, I would just throw the bags to the edge of the back, and he would grab them, put stack them in, just go like down the road. 100 degrees, I was in the back of the freezer truck making 5 cents a bag. I go home with like $150 a day. That's a college kid's pretty good.
Nice.
Those damn Priuses, those damn tampons. Just sneak up on you. You'd be standing there, you wouldn't even hear it. You turn around, it's like almost running you over. I like the Teslas, I did.
Well, people are saying the Cybertruck's the new Prius.
So the Prius is the OG, like first like EV, like call it EV hybrid, but it's like I mean, it's this little golf cart just left behind you. Now, if you see a Prius pulling up on you, the last thing you think is I'm about to get robbed.
unless you're U-Turn in that show.
Cheryl is not going to pull up.
Cheryl reminds me of Larry David's wife Cheryl in the show. Or I guess real life, right? I don't know how much I want to trade today.
Robotaxi now runs 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. Unsupervised fleet is a lot bigger. Also upgraded intelligence to vehicle distribution and routing. Austin, Dallas, Houston. Let's move on oil. Garcia, you recognize the Leon jersey? Let's go. One thing is they switched from Firma to Charlie. I think Firma better. Need to order. Need to order. Wow. All right, there's my de-risk trim. Oil. Just de-risking a little bit. Two pairs of 77 trim just hit on. Yeah, it did. On MCL, it didn't get there on CL, but on MCL it got there. MCL. All right, so not quite out half. 2/5. Probably not. And if this thing pops back up here again, I'll be short it again. Easy money, that's right. Set here for 9:30. So almost 3 hours. I'll take my first trade of the day. Patience equals profits. And we've got some profits locked in here real quick. Yeah, 81.50, 81.65. For sure. Point of control 82.30 is another good spot for sure. Let's see where it got. Five. It is crushing it today. We go give me some fierce going after this. Did Leon play last night? It's this is one of those other competitions.
Oh, excuse me.
They won. They beat Monterey on last Friday. Yeah, Leon did play that one stuff last night. They beat Salt Lake.
Just remember, you could be doing any other job but this. Like, You could be dialing into a Zoom meeting or listening to a town hall meeting or a quarterly revenue review or a QBR, whatever they are, or at McDonald's taking orders. Like slow and steady. Slow and steady. Sometimes it's always just a nice, gentle reminder that you're in this for the long haul. This is a career, not a hobby. This is, real money that we're playing with, folks. There's always barber college. Yeah, you can go cut hair, stand on your feet all day, or you can make really smart, calculated trades and be in and out, take your money and run, and then do it again tomorrow.
It's just the only place here on September 20th.
Watch this pop above 200. Yep, there it goes. Fuck me. I was about to slap it. Oh well. Popped right up to the 9 EMA on the 10-minute time frame. Like 209. I just saw it on Bookmap. I'm like, oh, I see what they're doing. They're gonna pop it up real quick, and they did. Damn.
That's right. You don't want to do that.
No, yeah, it could be out in the hot ass sun doing manual labor. Dude, my hands are way too nice to do manual labor. Kidding. I play baseball. My hands are fucking trash.
I've done a lot of manual labor. Kinda like this.
My first job, car detailing. Manual labor.
Construction in DFW for a year.
Phew.
Glass construction.
I posted that um my first car on Twitter or X.
572.
I just know where you come from.
Ooh.
Why didn't I slap that long? Or I'm like, hey, they're gonna blast it through 200. I don't know.
Is there a headline on this, or is this just something that just came out? It was a decent amount of buys in the $500 off of 218. Stops or something. Yeah. 1,008 yes. The average smart trader is not looking for breakouts or breakdowns. So anybody that's short is trying to shut top back over. You didn't have long. No, I've bid to 69. 69.5. Which is, I mean, it is really just like 15-minute. Yeah. I'm just trying to get where tapers off. Trading. Intel's an interesting one. It still failed 80 ES. Interesting. Intel is still probably just gonna test this gap at 80. See what happens. This is a pretty clear distribution area. Breakdown back to this. You had previous support. It's just clear as day. Breakdown back to this. Yeah. Should take you to this gap down here. Test this low, you can test this low. And then maybe you get a gap fill in the 2-day. That's where I think about Intel. One of these two spots. The tough thing with Intel is, I mean, yes, the CEO bought recently the US government owns it, but the thing went from 20 to 100. I think it's going back down. Definitely come back to 7 this week. 76 is previous all-time. His recent all-time high, his recent swing highs are 68. That's where I'd be interested in Intel. In the short term, Intel is it's like a short. You gotta flush out. So like late, you have late chasers here, and you have people here that were patient but still late that got ran out. These chasers get stopped out, and it's going to create this. And that's where you probably get nice long. I really need no, thank you. Just wanted to put this on. No new loyalty. You get the bond auction just get to things. One good RTH trade. Two relatively small losses with large loss. Yeah. So we're pretty moving on. What's up, Joe? I think I've done sure. This is disgusting, honestly. Yeah, thank you. It's completely within yesterday's range too. Yeah. I think it's within just for its value. I guess it popped out of it. Yeah, it's mostly 10 minutes to like 290 were rejected, which is also that's just value rate is at 290. Sweat them. So could have played it back to the middle part. Focused on shorting on, just see here. 15-minute full reversal signal, 5-minute selling the pressure coming in, easily profit. Trim at 65. is still there. Oh, there we go. Made some money on it. Just gonna cancel the rest of my for now. This is- Just build this stuff. So on HP, I know that. That's why. That's why I'm scaling and stuff. Like I take like a small de-risk trend a lot of times, depending how much I add into something. Like a trading area. So I can sometimes you just build a little bit of credit. But then I get to my first target, I scale out a decent amount. I get to my second target, I scale out a decent amount. And then I start scaling out smaller ones. As the levels keep going. Just finished first channel. Middle of the country launch over. So isn't it interesting how sometimes you hold bonds when you're vice versa? There you go, Don. They really don't just about AWKS. Is this a dividend stock? Interesting. I don't know anything about this one. Anything this is it's a nice base. I don't know anything about it, but it's a nice base. It's been it's a little flush around right next to it. Either side. It's a two. Yeah, I should at least talk to you.
Yeah, NQ's right up at that pivot point. Back up to it. 243. Nice job on crude.
I want nothing different here.
Good thing is you don't have to because you're tactical. You're not just jumping into stuff. Because guess what? The market will be open tomorrow and also the next day. And then it'll be closed. NVIDIA's coming up to the 9 EMA, it looks like, on the 10-minute for the first time.
Would you rather restart?
What's the question?
Would you rather go back to 10 years old with all the knowledge you have now, or $2 million?
That's very simple. 10 years old. Guess who would have 100 million Bitcoin at 50 cents? And guess who would sell at 100K? Yeah, even at 20 years old. I mean, that's what, 15 years for me, at least.
I'm just taking 2 million.
You're a simple man.
Of course, you don't get to. I literally said you have all. And two, you don't get to make rules on that. So, I would take the 2 million.
Kevin, can I just go back to yesterday? That's funny. That's funny. You made me laugh. Pokemon cards. Yeah.
Like if you're 22, like Rizzo, or if you're 42, like Brady.
Oh, I know. I had a first edition Charizard card back in the day, and my brother to this day reminds me, "Can't believe you traded the Charizard and you got crap cards." I'm like, "Fuck, I know." Wow, look at this.
There's Chihuahua. Yes. There's the 25% RV retracement. So you're getting low. Stop 20%. Put it out. Just pick it up. What are we doing? It's just looking for liquidity on the other side. We just walk away from the video. Probably.
I'm just gonna go get some fresh air. I'll be back.
Hello, hello, I'm back.
What's up?
Not much. Hang on a second. I gotta log into Discord.
That's crazy.
hmm
I'm gonna share the stream on my X. Activate. Honestly, this restream software is just so good.
Hang on a second. I gotta mute.
All right. I cannot hear you, but you're probably figuring out the audio. So I'm just
Just a minute.
chilling. Okay.
All right. Sorry about that. I had to let everybody else know that I wasn't gonna trade. I gotta finish something quickly. Okay, let me see if I have something. If I have any extra accounts to run some giveaways or something like that. Hang on a second. Gonna do a Tradeify account.
Crazy.
Yeah, just a second. Sorry, I'm trying to create a giveaway.
Chillax. I'm just hanging around. No need to overthink it.
Okay, today's the 26th. And we're going to have it end today, 2 p.m. Okay, Central Standard Time.
Dun, dun, dun.
Create. Sorry, it takes me a little bit to create these competitions or whatever giveaways. So I think I got it. I think I do. Let's see. What? Oh, it's scheduled. I see. Okay. It's going to be in 4 minutes. All right. I heard someone hop on. KC.
That would be me.
That is you. We've been chasing each other for you to hop on here forever.
I know. I apologize.
It's okay.
Good to meet you, Casey. Hello, hello.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
This is Alex.
Alex to Tick over here.
Oh, very nice. I'm not sure if I follow you, Alex. Let me go check X real quick.
I just followed you, so see if I pop up there.
I
Here.
see it right there. Nice to meet you, Alex.
He used
Good
to be
to
on
meet you.
Wolf EU with Eva.
Yeah, me and Eva hosted Wolf EU for a little while together. Had fun with that. And,
Nice.
now we're back to just trading during the US hours.
Very nice.
But
I haven't
on
got to
our
talk
own.
to Eva in a while. I think
I
she's probably
know.
been busy too. But
She was supposed to join us today, but she had a full schedule, so maybe next time.
Sorry, I'm just adding your name. Casey Trades 777. Why is
that is
the
I.
777? Is that like supposed to be like the lucky number 7 type of?
No, it is not.
Oh.
Well, I mean, technically it is. I mean, the 777's like on a slot machine. It's
Yeah,
kind of what you look for, I guess.
that's what I'm thinking.
No, the 777 actually comes from my background with law enforcement. That was actually my government identification number.
Oh,
So
okay.
I got lucky that my identification number was 777. So kind of a 1 in a million, I guess, kind of chance pulling those numbers out of the hat whenever you get selected and hired. And yeah, it's kind of the way I keep my previous, life still with me today is with those numbers.
That's awesome. So, well, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna, so I, I kind of thought a couple of months ago, I'm like, we don't like, we always live trade, and a lot of times we don't really know a whole lot about each other, like the journey that, you and I mean, we came up together I think,
Mm-hmm.
in the spaces world. I think I started before you in there, but
Oh yeah, yeah.
it was obviously very interesting. And I think I'm like, a lot of traders can resonate with different, with different personalities, different traders and things like that. So I'm like, why not have something where we just kind of get to meet others and find out their journey? Because I think at some point it's going to resonate, like, or, relate to others. And, it's not a get rich quick thing, or
Mm-hmm.
one trade over, that kind of thing. So I'm happy that you came on here and, I'm going to ask you some questions if you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Uh,
I'm glad to be here. I've done something similar before briefly, um, a long time ago, like 2 years ago on Spaces. Um, but haven't really got to do like a full like, kind of like a deep dive interview like this. So kind of excited to be here for it. So I'm down for whatever questions that you have.
Awesome, awesome. So tell me, how did you find trading in the first place? Like, what were you doing before it?
So before trading, I was working in law enforcement. So I come from a family of military personnel and law enforcement background. So I would say almost majority of all of the men and some women as well on the military side. That's kind of background that I come from within my family. So that's what I was doing before trading. I was in college and trying to figure out what I wanted my degree to be in and finished my associate's degree and then started going to school for sports medicine to be a physical therapist, actually. And then, yeah, I didn't like all the work and schoolwork that you had to do to become a physical therapist. Not gonna lie. So decided to go the military route, and then due to a previous injury, the process to get in was a little bit harder. So in that meantime, I decided to get into law enforcement because I was working with my father at the time, who was drug and gang task force within law enforcement. So got to hear some cool stories about the stuff he got to see and do. And it got me intrigued. So I decided to jump in it as well and then pursue my bachelor's within criminology and criminal justice. And then I was working in law enforcement for about 4 years. And kind of known information, but in law enforcement, kind of same thing with military as well. When you start out the first few
What's
years,
up?
what's up?
Is that Brady?
Oh, is that Brady?
Things.
Yeah.
What's up, Brady?
Nobody else joined that. So
um, but you
See,
know,
he throws everybody off track, and then like I
no, no,
completely
no,
forget.
no. We're good. We're good.
Okay.
So obviously, everyone knows that you don't make money in those professions when you start out the first few years. So I started getting involved with trading the stock market, and I got involved by another law enforcement buddy who was actually trading cheaper stocks at the time. He was trading like your
Well,
airlines and
Sips.
your cruise lines around that time, like American Airlines, Delta, Southwest, and stuff like that. So he got me involved into looking at the stocks. So I started talking with him about it and did some research on it,
Good
and
for them.
then the whole GameStop AMC thing on Wall Street Bets. I was in Wall Street Bets and a part of that kind of whole movement. So, and then Dogecoin happened. I was in Dogecoin at the lows and made some money on Dogecoin. So, once I learned what crypto was, what meme stocks were, and all of the crazy stuff that was going on, and then options on GameStop and AMC, and all those meme stocks, that got
Up
me
towards
very
95.
interested within
No,
like
no,
the
right there,
entire
right at the
stock market. So, and that's kind of how I started, honestly.
That's awesome because I go back to similar, how you started trading with like crypto and Dogecoin was a pretty big hit for me because I got into it before all the hype.
Mhm.
and I made a nice amount of money in that, and then obviously, all of the GME and AMC and all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty cool. Um, so, like right now, what do you trade right now? What does your normal session look like? I know, I mean, we trade together. Obviously, we live
Yeah.
trade together. And is it just futures and options, or do you do other things, or?
I do just about everything. Um, I I'm newer to futures, I will say. I've dabbled in futures here and there in the past, but in 2026, I've really started to do futures a lot more and incorporate it into my day trading. Because for the last, I'd say probably three or 4 years, I have done nothing but chart and mainly trade SPY. SPY has been my biggest thing. Is where when I started trading options, I only traded SPY. I was a day trader on SPY every single day, hitting base hits on day trades, stacking them up 20, 30% gains, and done for the day. Um, so I mainly trade options. I am an options trader, I would say, for majority of what I do. SPY, QQQ, your Mag 7 names, but also your individual names as well. I will trade your off the wall names that a lot of people don't necessarily like to trade or look at, which could be your retail names like Target, Costco, Walmart, eBay, your healthcare names, J&J, Oscar, LLY, and then your energy names, oil and gas, your banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JPM. I mean, you name it, I've traded just about almost all options on those things. And I utilize the same strategy. So for me, it's not so much I do relatively trade the same names over and over again. I rarely branch out and trade something new. I did trade something new yesterday and it's paying today. Ticker UNG, which is natural gas. Never traded options on this name before and I'm up 30% today.
That's
Um,
awesome.
yeah, so mainly an options trader, also an options seller. I do put credit spreads, call credit spreads, iron condors, butterflies. I'm a long term investor in the market. I have hundreds and hundreds of shares of SoFi and Rivian. I own Tesla, Nvidia, Amazon, a bunch of other names as well. So with that, I can sell covered calls against my shares as well. I run the wheel strategy mainly on Rivian and SoFi a lot. I sell cash secured puts on them at the lows. I buy leaps down there as well, sometimes more shares. And when Rivian goes from 13 to $17, I catch that move upside. When we get up near the highs, my shares are up nicely. I exit my longs and then I flip short, usually swing some farther out puts, and then I start selling some covered calls against my shares. So, I mean, again, futures, options, day trading, swing trading, long term investing, selling the options. I do just about them all. And the reason I do that is because the market is you don't get the same thing every day within the market, and the weeks change, the months change, price action is constantly moving. You have to learn how to adapt to the market and know when your main strategy is working very well in this kind of market condition and when it's not. And sometimes when your main one, for me, which is my options trading, if it's not working so far today because we're in a tight range, I'm not looking to really, hold on to options because they have the Greeks and stuff like that, right? So if we're in a tight range, what can I do? I can sell options because of theta will burn off and collect premium, or scalp futures instead of trading options. So then I can pull up my Tradevate accounts and do MES and MNQ. So it's the reason why I kind of have a little bit my hand in a little bit of everything is just because when market just presents itself in a specific way, what's working and what's not, I know I have an option strategy or an account somewhere that I can trade today to at least benefit and extract money from the market by trading this way due to the price action that's given. So it's the reason why I kind of do a little bit of everything.
So you're like Casey of all trades. That's awesome.
Yeah, I
Um,
guess so.
I've done options, and I'm bad luck when it comes to options. So I'm just not going to touch it. So, you're welcome. Um, so how long did it take you, like, before, like things started making sense? And was there a moment that it clicked, or was it just kind of gradual, or?
Um, for me, I would say it was gradual. I will say that because I started trading in January of 2021. So now we're coming up on over 5.5 years. But the first 2 years, I was in and out of other people's discords, watching them trade, taking their trade alerts that they were sharing. Obviously, doing what most people do. You join a Discord server that you like how that person potentially trades. They seem like they know what they're doing. You're trying to learn from them. They charge you however much it is a month, and you pay your dues and your for their service. I mean, I was doing that for the first 2 years, in and out, trying to find a community in a Discord that I could connect with. And after about the third year, that's where I started to really detach myself from uh, being associated with other discords and other traders, because by that point I had learned some things from them, but I also started to figure out what kind of style of trading works for me as a trader. Because just because someone's a swing trader and they do well swing trading doesn't mean that that's going to work for every other person who follows them or listens to them or tries to learn from them. You have to figure out who you are as a trader and what style of trading works for you. We're all human. We all have emotions. We manage things differently. It's just how it is. Some people are better at day trading than swing trading. Some people are better at futures than they are options. Right? You just got to find what works for you. So I'd say at the end of year two, going to year three, that's when I kind of found out what works best for me. And for me at that time, it was day trading options, and it was weekly options on SPY. And it I was doing it as a hobby at the time because I was still working full time in law enforcement, and I was just trading from my phone at work all the time. So I was, working 12-hour shifts, and I'd stay up late to do my homework on the market, set alerts on my phone. When I got the alerts on my phone from Webull or TradingView the next day, I knew that one of the stocks I was watching, whether it was SPY, Qs, one of the Max 7 names, hit a level or zone or something that I should be interested in, right? I'm a support resistance, supply demand person. I like to know where big buyers and big sellers tap in to key areas and play the reactions at those areas. That's kind of the the main thing that I look at. And I set the alerts on my phone. I got the notifications. I would pull it up. If I like the setup and trade, I would take it, usually in and out within 15, 20 minutes. And that's where I would say it started to click for me at that point in time because it was working very well. And then um, once I had my first child, my life kind of got flipped upside down a little bit, and for the better. It really did. And when I had my first kid, I stopped treating my trading as a hobby and I started treating it like a business and started to actually take it very, very seriously. Once I did that, um, I mean, the next 1 to 2 years after that has been nothing but amazing. And that's kind of my like gradual process of how I got from point A to point B with trading.
That's awesome. I agree with you about like, changing. I think that whole thing about changing from treating it as a hobby, and I think a lot of people treat it as a hobby, and it's a
Mhm.
very expensive hobby too.
Yeah.
Versus, treating it as a business. I feel like that's do you I can't recall, but do you trade zero DTEs ever, or is it
Not anymore.
not anymore?
I sell them sometimes.
Okay, okay.
I sell SPX credit spreads, so I'll sell SPX 0DD options and try to collect premium from the theta burn intraday, but I don't day trade 0 DTEs anymore. My DGen side comes out to go do futures instead.
Yeah. That's a good way
Yeah.
to put it, I
Yeah.
suppose. Because I guess when I traded options, it was a lot of times zero DTE. So,
Futures are so much better versus zero.
yes.
I think, I mean, I get people's argument for percentage returns. I get that. You can buy a SPY, call, or put, and you can collect 50 to 100% all day long in a zero DD option. I absolutely get that. But what I will tell people from that works well until you actually have, in my opinion, a lot of money to trade with. Smaller accounts, they can do 0 DTE options, and by smaller accounts, I mean anyone who's trading with less than, like, probably 6 figures in their account. Someone who's gonna be trading with has 6 or 7 figures even, and I don't even have 7 figures in my trading account, but having, large size, no one that I know puts heavy size and money into buying naked options on 0 DTEs. It's just a small account. I mean, throw a couple $100, maybe a few $1,000 into it for a day trade. Cool. There's not too many people who are willing to actually put, a 5 figure position, go drop 10, $20,000 into spy calls right now. And you can be right on the trade and still end up losing because that's
Mhm.
how the Greeks work on an options chain. With
Yep.
futures, you don't have that. Futures, you can it's you because the thing with trading is once you find your strategy, it's all emotional and psychological after that. So now, once you find your strategy and now executing it, you can execute your plan. But now your emotions and the psychological aspect of trading comes in afterwards, which is going to determine on how you manage that position. 0 DTE options with heavy size, your brain as a human being, the emotions and psychology behind it, it's gonna fuck you up, in my opinion, versus futures where when you don't have the Greeks, it's easier to manage. And I think there's less emotion behind it, and you can manage those positions better than you would 0 DTE options. So that's kind of my perspective on it.
Yeah, I agree. It for me, I think a lot of times was letting my options expire worthless.
Hmm.
And whereas, with futures, you're just gonna get stopped out,
Yep.
obviously, but it's um so yeah, there's definitely pros and cons in both, and I do agree there is that argument of the percentage, and that's one thing I liked about options was that percentage, just the
Hmm.
percentage. I didn't care if it was $5 in that account because it was
Yeah.
like, to me it was just like the percentage,
Hmm.
so um uh, so what's something you believed early on that you don't believe anymore?
Oh man, there's a lot of different things. Um, the main thing I will say, just because I've talked about this recently, is that trading. Oh, I don't even want to say that because that's going to sound weird to some people. Trading is hard, but it's not hard, and I'm gonna kind of elaborate on that, I guess. Um, People think that you need to have a bunch of indicators on your screen, right? The more indicators they have, the more confluence, the more tools, the more signals that they can see and have on their chart, the better they're going to be as a trader. Um, I call BS on that. I don't think you need to have a bunch of different tools, indicators, and just kind of being all over the place um, to be successful at trading. Trading can be made very easy. Trading can be easier for you if you simplify it. And for me, and I learned that very quickly, and I did a test run on myself one time where I traded for a whole week with nothing. I did not look at internals really. I didn't look at options flow. At the time, I didn't really know or care what gamma was. I wasn't looking at moving averages, VWAP, and all of those things. I took everything off my chart and I had a naked chart with candlesticks on there. And all I did was draw. And I would draw lines, arrows, and boxes on my chart. And I would be able to develop a thesis on identifying trend based on drawing onto the chart and also identifying areas where buyers and sellers were present, support, resistance, supply and demand zones. Once I took everything off my chart and I realized I can make it very, very easy by doing something like that really changed me as a trader where I was like, man, if you just if you simplify your trading, it can really make trading a little bit easier for you because trading is already hard enough as it is. There's no reason to make it any harder being all over the place thinking you need, 30 different indicators and a bunch of different points of 10 different points of confluence for a trade just to make you feel like you can't lose on this trade if I got 50 things telling me to go long right now. Out of all these things that I'm looking at right now, everything I can't lose. And I mean, you absolutely can. But
Absolutely.
yeah, that was the thing for me is that you don't need a bunch of algos and indicators and signals and all these things on your charts to give you that confluence to execute your trade. You need to be simple, find a simple strategy that works for you, and when you repeat it, it just gives you that confidence boost as a trader, knowing that what you're doing is working. It's simple, it's easy for you to understand and execute trades off of. And by doing that over time, you are going to become a better and more successful trader by doing that. And you tune out the outside noise from anybody else. Um, don't let anyone tell you that, hey, like your strategy doesn't work or mine's better. There's no such, and this is the other point of it, there's no such thing as someone else's strategy is better than someone else's. Just because somebody trades one way doesn't mean that anybody else who trades a different way is not going to be profitable or as profitable as that person. Um, I mean, Minx and I trade completely different. I have no idea what Minx is saying half the time on spaces when she's talking about the stuff that she's looking at. But I can tell you right now, me and Minx have been on the same side of a trade before, and it's based off two completely different strategies. But we still get from point A to point B. But what she's looking at and what I'm looking at are completely different. And that's because we found a system that works for us, we simplified it, and we execute our trades with confidence, and we tune out kind of the noise from all other people. So for me, that was something that I learned early on.
Yeah, so actually, I realized on spaces like you, Maple, Emp, myself, we utilize moving averages.
Mhm.
And for me, for whatever reason, I mean, you and I have been in this industry for a long time. We know a lot of like, big influencers or community members or whatever. And honestly, like I have found, and maybe I don't know if I'm biased or not, but I've found that to me, moving averages and just like listening to you take a trade or listening to Maple take a trade have been more on point than any other strategy. And I don't know why that is, but that's kind of like what I've noticed just recently, like listening, even if I'm not taking any trades, it's like, oh yeah, I would take a trade there too, like, or even Knots where he'll say like it's a whatever. I think he uses SMAs. I'm not sure, but have you kind of is that your main like indicator that you use is moving averages or
Yeah, yeah, no,
okay.
absolutely, yeah. So for me, um, again, I'm mainly support and resistance, but I use moving averages as an area of support and resistance.
Yes.
So I look at the 9, the 21, the 50, and the 200. I use EMAs and SMAs mainly on smaller time frames, and not to go too deep into like an educational rant, but for smaller time frames, EMAs for day trading, if you're on a 5, 10, 15, 30-minute chart, even hourly chart, it's for me, it's EMAs. SMAs are good for larger time frames, which is going to be like your daily or weekly charts. Usually SMAs are relatively a little bit better on the larger time frames.
Yes.
So
Yep.
for day trading, smaller time frames, yeah, 9, 21 EMA, and then larger time frames, then I'll use the 9, 21, 50, and 200, and I'll be using the SMAs over there. So I recently took a trade based off of that. We were at a key area of support on the higher time frame. It was on the daily, where if I zoomed out months prior, there was 2 times where that same spot was tested on the stock, and buyers stepped in and the stock pushed up higher. Now, what was special about this third time is the third time it hit that zone, for me, support zone, That is my demand zone where I expect buyers to step in. Risk to reward says good area. Buyers hold there to go long, just risking underneath that low. At that same time, the daily 200 SMA was right there. So kind of an extra little point of confluence. I do the same thing as well for the 9 and 21. Um, if I'm in a trade and I'm buying it down off the 50 or the 200, EMA or SMA, and I'm getting a move back upside, if the daily 9 or 21 EMA is above me and I'm up, say, 50% on my position, as we're moving up higher, when we hit those daily moving averages, you can usually get an intraday reaction right there. So if I'm long and we're going to the daily 9, then it's a great area to use for a target. And just looking at QQQ right now, if you look for anyone that's listening or looking at your chart, if you throw on the 9 EMA, your normal 9 EMA, and go to a daily chart on QQQ, or sorry, not QQQ, on IWM, sorry, it is at 299.71. This morning it was at 299.85. High of day is 299.95, and IWM hit the daily 9 EMA after popping up this morning. And look at the reaction that happened on IWM when it hit that. It sold all the way back down to low of day afterwards. So, yeah, I love looking at moving averages. It really does help me for day trades and swing trades. I just kind of use them as extra, tools whenever I'm in a position.
Right, right. Let's see. Alex, I think
That was really interesting, and I think my questions will probably be follow-ups a little bit regarding strategy. So, from my understanding here, you've been trading for about 5 years, a little longer. What are a set of conditions that you would look for, these days for considering a trade? And how do you define edge on top of that?
So, are you asking like specifically what is mainly my strategy that I use
No,
every single day when I trade?
No, what would qualify a trade in your playbook to be of consideration?
Okay. So for me, I have not a lot of things that I look at. The things that I look at is very repetitive. Um, I don't like to buy I'm not a breakout trader, so I don't like to buy highs and I don't like to take shorts or puts at the lows. For something to meet my standards, it's almost the exact opposite of that, where I get interested in taking a trade when something looks like shit, and I say it all the time on spaces. And when something is really really strong, I get very interested in looking for a short. And the reason why that is just because it all goes back down to the main thing is just support and resistance, and then supply and demand zones. And I think Minx has a strategy, and I don't know what it's called, but it's something like the far from moving average trade.
yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes. So when I see something that gets very, very extended, right? If I'm in the long position, then I'm in the long position and I'm managing it. It's great. If I am not in that long position and it's going, I don't try to force it. I don't try to chase it on the breakout. I don't do that. If I now want to take that trade, I have to wait for two things. It either needs to pull back significantly to print a higher low. I like looking at trends, higher highs, higher lows. So for me to go long to meet my criteria, it needs to pull back down. I buy the higher low. If that doesn't happen, I look for supplier resistance over top above, where it gets so extended from your moving averages, right? I look at RSI as well. I like looking at the RSI when it gets extended, maybe on a 5 minute or daily chart, it goes over 70, right? Stock's been running. It's finally hitting a shelf above a ceiling, resistance, whatever it is, and you get that overextension. For me, that's a great spot to start looking for shorts. That's where I get interested in, to bring it back down, because your risk is a lot smaller than what your reward is on the pullback. Your reward should always be significantly greater. And I don't take trades where the risk to reward is usually anything less than a 1 to 2. That's just kind of how I am as a trader. I'm not a 1-to-1 trader. I'm a minimum of a 1 to 2 trader. So I'm going to risk losing, $1,000. I better be able to, if this goes to my first main target on this chart, it needs to be double that. It needs to be $2,000. So
That
go ahead.
that makes perfect sense. And I instantly jump to, I'm similar in that regard. I like something that looks a little bit discarded, but I instantly jump to volatility here because it sounds like what you're describing is essentially a move away from the mean. And as an options trader, is that something that you keep track of?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have a few indicators that I've coded and created myself to be able to track those things. A lot of people, I'm not sure if you guys look at these things. We haven't been able to see it honestly because volatility has kind of not really been around recently with our VIX kind of low and being at all-time highs. But I look at tick and tick Q is kind of on my internals chart that I have, and when the tick or tick Q on TradingView, and that's going to be your cumulative tick on your NYSE and NASDAQ, when they get overextended, which is either above or below 1,000, usually that's where the rubber band effect can kind of come in, where when it gets so far away from the zero line and it gets so extended and that tick hits like plus 1,200, if I'm long, I should be selling. If I'm not long, that is a great spot for shorts to come in. So, and I have indicators on my chart that will automatically track those internals. And when a candlestick actually in real time gets overextended on the RSI over 70, or if it gets overextended to the downside, if it's oversold under 30, one of my indicators will automatically print a triangle on that candlestick, and it works on all time frames. So I can do it on 5 minutes for day trading. I can do it on daily and weekly charts if it's overextended on a higher time frame. That candlestick will have that signal on it letting me know, hey, it's overextended right here. And then same thing with the tick and tick Q. It'll put an X at the top or bottom of that candlestick, letting me know that we have been very extended and look for that rubber band effect to come in to take it back to the neutral line, take it back to the mean, to the zero line, and play the counter for that, that little mean reversion. If we just sold off significantly for like, 5 or 6 5-minute candles and that signal comes in at that bottom, if it's at pre-market lows, if it's at previous day low or an area of support, get that, overextension to the downside, the oversold on the RSI, and that, tick is minus 1,200. That is a great spot for me to look for calls or longs right there. Those are all of the things that I mainly look at every single day. That's what meets my criteria for me to enter into a trade. I do have a few other things that I talk and teach about. I have a specific strategy that uses the RSI, uses the MACD. I love MACD. And also the main thing I use is something called TTM squeeze. TTM squeeze is a great indicator, and I have it coded into an indicator for one of my strategies. And it does nothing more but help me catch big moves in the market. Consolidation leads to expansion. So when something is consolidating, the stock can't sit there forever. It has no choice but to move. And at some point in time, if it's stuck in a box, it has to break the box. You just have to develop a thesis, right? And look at things under the hood, look at all the tools that you use for your strategy to develop your thesis. Do you believe it is going to go higher or lower? And now, when you develop that thesis and you get positioned, right, you obviously want to see it play out and you get the expansion after that consolidation. And the TTM squeeze indicator shows you the squeeze whenever it's building, and it helps you catch large moves in the market. That's what we're here for, is to try to catch large moves in the market and, extract as much money as we can and take it from the market and into our pockets. And that's kind of how, my strategies and everything that I look for every single day, how it works.
There's definitely a lot of wisdom in taking the concept of playing the edges in, not only through auction market theory, but how you said, through internals, or you can even look at something like, VIX versus VIX 3M, look at the short-term insurance prices relative to the longer-term insurance prices and look at the trend. So, I mean, it's really great advice. As an options trader, do you also consider, Black-Scholes pricing models? Because that can kind of create a similar effect to what you're describing here, where forced participation happens.
So, what was that term that you used at the beginning of that sentence? I don't think I've heard that before.
Black-Scholes?
Yeah. What is that?
That's an options pricing model where you essentially take the strike price and then you take X amount of days forward and you get deviations.
Oh, interesting. I have not heard that term before, so I apologize. I have not heard that term before. I was thrown off whenever you said it.
Okay, so what have you heard of? What would you use for options pricing model?
Oh, give me 1 second. Someone's actually at my door. I apologize.
We are in like such a tight range all day. Pretty chop. So glad I stopped trading this morning. Locked my accounts. Let's see. I bet Casey ordered pizza.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
No, you're fine. I was like,
Oh,
Casey's probably
no.
getting some pizza.
No, just family. And then I heard all the dogs start. I'm not sure if you can hear them. Hopefully not with the new microphone, but the dogs start barking and the kids go crazy. And I'm like, oh my god.
How old are the twins now? They're like
Oh
2?
man. Yeah, they are. They're almost 3 now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they will be 3. What are we? We're at the end of August, so they got 3 more months, and they'll be 3.
Oh, wow.
And then yeah, I know. And Everly will be 5 in December.
Does she still come on Spaces with you? I haven't heard her
Uh,
lately.
no, because now that I have my own separate office away from everybody in the house, I try to keep my trading as far away from the loud noises as possible, so that way
Yeah.
I can focus. Sometimes I'll let her come into the office and she'll sit on the chair behind me, and hang out a little bit. But I mean, before I had no choice. But
I remember.
yeah, she was with me almost all day long while I was trading.
Yep.
I mean, but now that I
She's
actually
like
have
a
a
pro already. She's
oh
probably
yeah,
better than the
dude.
FinFET.
Yeah, I mean, she had the poop indicator, the poop algo. You remember that?
Yes. That was, oh gosh, so long ago.
That had like a 90% win rate one year.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
And then I think then Paper had
Yes.
his son, and then if they both there was times where they both would be pooping their diapers at the same time, and everyone was like, "Okay, just full port short, I guess." And,
It worked out.
it worked. It honestly did. It worked. I think at the end of it, after joking about it for a few months, we were like, "Dude, we're actually at like a 70 to like 80% win rate." It was working like way more than it should have. It was
That's
kind of insane. Um,
that's
but
funny.
no, we're all good. We're all good. Sorry about that.
All right. So, what was one of the reasons that you got into the nat gas trade? Because that's a pretty interesting one.
Oh, the UNG trade. Yeah. So that one threw me off. And the strategy that I just described that I use with the RSI, the MACD, and the TTM squeeze. And I'm not sure if it helps if I share my chart minks. If not, I can just describe it.
Oh,
That's
if you want
completely
to.
fine too.
Yeah, you can.
That would be cool. Yeah.
I don't even know
I
how to do this thing.
Here, once I click this button here and go to window, UNG, share, it should. Hey, there we go.
There it is.
All right. So this is UNG. This is your United States Natural Gas Fund. Never traded this before. And so one thing that I noticed, and if you notice, it doesn't look that great, right? This thing, like, it doesn't look that great whatsoever. But so there was three things that got me very interested into this trade. And one, again, it's the being able to identify trends. And once it found a bottom where buyers stepped in, the stock went all the way up to here, right? And then it pulled back down and bounced right there. And once it hit here and it printed a higher low, where did the stock go back to once again? It went to the same spot that it did before. And it did that multiple times. And then third time's the charm. Usually, third times on trend is where you make or break. This is where wherever you keep holding right here and wherever you keep rejecting, the ceiling can't stay there forever. It needs to break out of it. And if this trend line doesn't hold the third time, then that is where the breakdown can happen and get a move down here. But obviously, previous price action shows that they are rejecting this spot up here multiple times, and it is bouncing on this trend line for a higher low. So I decided to enter into calls right here. And if I end up taking calls here, if I risk it breaking down and closing underneath of it, right, then I'm out of the trade and at least coming back up to that same resistance where it's rejected before. The tool on TradingView right here tells me the risk to reward ratio right here is about 2.92, which means that my reward is almost 3 times greater than what my risk is. That's a good risk to reward trade setup for me. On the daily chart right here, you'll see the 9, 21, and also the 50 moving averages. The 50 is right up here. I sold majority of them today here. Also, where the daily 50 is, if you notice, I have the word gap right here. There is a daily gap on the chart from this candle here to right here. There is no price action. There is a huge gap that needed to be filled on this chart if it breaks above the resistance. So I took it all the way up here and it completely filled the gap today. So going up to that point from point A to point B, risk reward on this setup now after taking out the resistance and locking in some gains yesterday at the high, just shy of it, and then more today. Now it's a 1 to 4.75. This is a great trade. At the same time, so this was that setup right here on the chart was number one. Number two was the strategy that I mentioned. The three things that I utilize is RSI, MACD, and TTM squeeze. So when it made this lower low down here from this previous low there, obviously price went lower. Your RSI actually went higher. So it printed bullish divergence. All right. So now you have bullish divergence after a new low. Your MACD went from bearish to bullish here. And then these red dots right here on this histogram, this is the TTM squeeze indicator, which means consolidation leads to expansion. It means that a big move is coming. So that's what the red dots on the indicator here, they kind of tell you that compression has formed on the stock. So again, consolidation leading to expansion. And it's above the zero line on this indicator, moving higher. So for me, that is 1, 2, 3 things on my sub chart here that are all moving to the upside at the same time where this area was tested for my calls, for the call entry, for that low risk, high reward trade. And for the third and final part of this, I utilize options flow. Yesterday, there was a significant amount of $9, $10, and $11 calls that came in on this stock. And the flow platform that I've used, I have not ever seen this name come across on my flow platform ever since I've been using it. So that's why it threw me off guard. I was like, what the heck? I was like, I've never seen natural gas come across here. And then I did some digging and there was a significant amount of call flow and volume that had came in yesterday on this stock. So that just gave me a little bit of, extra warm and fuzzies to know that having that extra tool supports my overall thesis here on the chart. So that was the reason why I actually ended up taking the trade. The main chart here looked good on the dip. My sub chart right here set up perfectly, and then the internals that I look at, which would be the options flow, showed significant amount of options call buying yesterday with some good volume and unusual flow to support my thesis. So I took the calls down there, and if you look at the chart from yesterday, I can show you exactly where I bought. It was around 11:15 a.m. Eastern, which is that candle about here. And that is where a lot, and if you look at the volume on the bottom of the chart, you will also see down here the volume bars at the bottom. That is where a lot of that options flow started to pour in. And it had a nice trend into the close. And then it had a move up higher today. And then the top of this gray box is that full daily gap fill right there. So that is my trade that I took from start to finish.
Yeah, it makes total sense also with the seasonals, because coming into the winter month, you're gonna need a bit more nat gas. So that trade can probably keep on running for a while.
Yeah,
so that's a good play.
Yeah, the call options that I have, I did trim out some this morning, but I still have some. If it wants to continue to run higher, I bought some time on these options as well, just to give it more time to play out, because obviously it's not based on the 5-minute chart. It was more based off of the daily chart. So it needs more time, more candlesticks on the chart for it to potentially maybe stall out a little bit right here, close above this resistance before it goes even higher. So my premiums, hopefully on the options contracts, will hold relatively well because they have time and not go red or stop out the rest. And we'll see if maybe this can continue to be a good trade or not.
Yeah, for sure. I see commercials have been positioning here during the summer, and open interest has been going up. So that thing can be really interesting to follow. I know a few prominent names have been following this trade, Linda Ratschke among one. So awesome. Over to Minx.
Oh, I forgot. No.
I don't know. We're popping up here on QQQ though, about to make a new high of day.
I
Isn't that
know. I saw that. I was.
what the
Let's see.
heck?
We've got some. I'm looking at Bookmap, and we've got like at 29,345. There's like 32 orders up there. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Oh, at 375, there's like 35, and then at 400, there's 48. So it looks like they're stacking above. And I said this morning. Usually, we tend to on earnings, we tend to push up, like on Nvidia or Microsoft or those days, and then they tend to like kind of drop it right before earnings. I guess take some profit. So that's kind of what we're seeing today. But it's been so choppy. Even like trading futures this morning was choppy. I guess I trade NQ, so every freaking move is a little bit of a heart attack for me. Um, but that's just how I trade, I guess.
This
So
this morning's price action was a little bit.
it was ass.
It was. I
Yeah.
traded Asia last night and I got some decent gains, and then I on one of my accounts I gave it back, and yeah, it was tough. I know a lot of the guys this morning on Spaces, either they weren't trading, or I mean we were just going back and forth. Just it was very tough
Yeah.
this morning for the futures traders. I know that.
Yeah. I got stopped out twice because my stop loss is so tight. And then I took one trade, made that back. I'm like, I'm done. I'm locking my accounts. I'm not gonna play with it. So, so what was the hardest stretch like you went through, and what got you through it?
What was the hardest what?
Stretch, like
Um, oh my goodness. Um, so there was a time where, and I had no business being this red before. Um, but there was a time I was down about $40,000, um, trading options, and that was at a time where I was still working full time in law enforcement and trading on the side. And it's and I mean I've always been open up and honest about my past and everything, but in law enforcement at that time, I think I was probably making around $50,000 a year. And y- it's weird to go to a job full time and you get paid $50,000 a year, and then you have a rough few months, learning more about the stock market and trading. And this was at the time where I was in and out of other discords as well, trying to find my way. And through all the ups and downs, there was a period where it was downs, downs, and downs, and being down, $40,000 in my options account at one point. And I'm like, what business do I have trying to trade? And, I'm down 40 grand right now. This is like what I go to work for every single day for almost entire year. And you're telling me like I fucked up so bad, um, that I'm down $40,000 right now. And at the same time, about thinking about that, I kinda tried to find the positive in it. It's like, you know what? The way trading works is every time you lose on a trade, someone wins. It's just the market is nothing more than a revolving door of cash. And if I lose $1,000 on QQQ right now, and that gets out of my account, that $1,000 that I just lost, someone profited for $1,000 and they took my money. It's the way I think about it. In order for you to make money in the market, someone has to lose. When you lose in the market, someone's on the opposite side of that winning. So at the same time, I'm being down $40,000. It's like, okay, but there's opportunity if you continue to do this and stop treating it like a side hobby and be a little bit more professional and treat it like a business. I can stop these big red months from happening. I'm no longer going to be down $40,000. If it was possible for me to lose $40,000, technically I could say it's possible for me to be green and make $40,000 eventually,
mhm.
over the course of a few months. So and that's the way that I kind of think about it. And then what the joke that I have with Ryan Emperador Maximiliano,
Mhm.
a uh, a well-known person, I guess, uh, on this stream. He also is a father and has some kids as well. And we joke where after we had our first kid, we had a really, really good run in the market. And then I got hit with twins, as we just mentioned a little bit ago.
Yeah, you got hit with
And
them. Okay.
yeah, I got freaking mollywopped upside the head with some twins. And um that's where I really shifted. That's where I was like, you know what, if I'm going to make this work, I need I have no choice. I will make this work. um and your brain just becomes a little bit different when you become a trader. You start thinking and analyzing the things you do in life and everything a little bit different after you trade the market for so long. You're not the same person who you were 10 years ago. um at least for me, it's not. The way that I was before trading, my personality, the way I thought about life and how I would manage my time, my bills, my money, my job, my relationships, ever since I got involved into trading and being able to, kind of pivot, but understand who I am as a trader and manage my emotions and the psychology behind it, it has changed me as a person in my day to day life. And majority of all those things for the better. And when my twins were born, that was the really big pivot for the stretch and everything that I needed. That was where I told myself, like, I will I will take this seriously. I will treat this as a profession. This is a business, and I will make this work. I will not do all the stupid things that people talk about on X, chasing breakouts and FOMOing and bag holding to zero and trading with emotions and all that. You throw all of that out of the door. You follow your system and you rinse and repeat it over and over again. You tune out the noise. You don't listen to anybody else who talks down about your trading or your strategies, and you trade what works for you. And if I do that and I make this work, I will be able to, financially be able to provide for my kids because that's what they need me for right now. I am here to make sure that my family, my kids are taken care of. When I started saying those things to myself, I saw a huge improvement in my life. And now we have the joke where, Emp had another kid or Paper has another kid. We're like, hey, be ready to start making some more money because that's just what happens. You want to make more money trading, have another kid. Um,
No,
it's
thanks.
it it's just so far. I mean, when I had Everly, I had a good run. When after we had the twins, um, we were on Space. I could tell you this right now, Mix. This was kind of cool. We were on. I was I was on Spaces listening to you guys when the twins were born, and because I'm addicted to the market, I'm obsessed with it, right? And I remember I had multiple positions overnight, and right before they called me into the room because they had to do a C-section, I'm waiting outside of my freaking scrubs that they dressed the dads up in at the hospital, make us look all silly. And um, I'm listening to you guys on Spaces, and I'm up as a speaker. I'm going in and out, and they're like, I'm like, yeah, the twins are going to be here any second, blah blah blah. And the market opened up. I sold some positions, and I was up almost $10,000 right at the open. Um, I had multiple positions open. The biggest one was Baba. I swung some calls on Baba. I hate trading Chinese names, but I'll trade Baba every now and then. And I ended up locking in like $9,600. And it was the best feeling in the world because it's cool because from, a few minutes before market close the day before to a few minutes when market opens the day after it, I was able to make almost $10,000 with very minimal time, right? put into the market, and then minutes later, right, my twins were brought into the world. It's just one of the coolest things ever. So we always joke about like, hey, like I don't know what it is with the world, but when you have another kid, the money just starts coming to you from the stock market. No idea why. Um, but yeah,
That's
that was
awesome.
the hardest thing for me was that big loss. But then I just realized like if you can have big losses, if you get your shit together, you can start having big wins, and then you need to minimize your losses, right, and start taking it seriously. And then the big push, honestly, that I needed was um, things in the personal life for family and things like that, and my kids, and that's what kind of solidified it for me, to make sure that what I'm doing correctly and being able to provide for myself and my family. And that was the biggest push that I needed.
Yeah, so funny you mentioned it took a big loss for you to finally say I'm taking this seriously. Because for me, I
Yeah.
lost 220 grand, uh,
Oh,
yeah, in 21,
gosh,
and it was
dang.
like either I get my act together and pivot away from options because I was really just treating it as lottos. And thank God I found at the end of or in 22 is when I found futures, and thank God I did because I don't think I would be here if I hadn't. So it's like there's always that one big thing that happens, and I thought the same way. Hey, if I can lose that much money, I can also make it. So it was no, the giveaway is not over. We haven't started the giveaway yet. We'll do that in just a bit. Um,
Giveaway.
yeah. So, do you guys have questions for Casey? Or I think I saw a few questions here. When exercised in cash secured puts, do you later sell covered calls or just keep the shares?
Let me see. When you exercise on cash secured puts, due later. So, believe it or not, I have sold a significant amount of cash secured puts, and I want to say only one time, and this was maybe 2 years ago, it actually got assigned, and I did take those shares. By the way, we are ripping right now on
I
volume.
see
QQQ
that.
new high of day. I don't know what's going on. There's Power Hour just started. Um, going into
NVIDIA
NVIDIA earnings.
earnings.
Yep, yep. So get ready for some premiums to start getting inflated, some
Yeah.
volatility to kick
Are
in.
do you ever trade uh what is it called? Earnings.
Yeah, I do. I trade earnings in two different ways. I either take advantage of the high volatility that is on the options chain. So if only on specific names. So if the options chain, for example, if the IV is like stupid high, and the expected move on the stock, whatever it is, few percent up or down, if you can go far out of the money because the premiums are so juiced up and like just priced way too high, being far out of the money, if you can get outside of the expected move for the earnings, I always treat earnings as a little bit more of a gamble, right? Because you never know. You never know what can happen. The numbers can come out, they can double beat and still drop. They can miss and go higher. And then you have your guidance. You got the conference call afterwards, like things can be said. It affects after hours. It's all anomalies. Um, but if you can go far out of the money, you can actually sell options. You can sell a butterfly, an iron condor, verticals, calls, and put credit spreads, and take advantage of those far out of the money options where the premiums are heavily inflated. And if it doesn't get like a huge freaking move way past the expected move, right? And the contracts that you're in hopefully don't go in the money. The next morning, when the IV drains, all of those premiums are going to be shot and they're going to start going down. And that's what people call IV crush. And then people who played earnings, right? They open up their things the next day and they're down like 80-90% on their naked calls or puts. But if you would have sold them, right, you'd be collecting that premium instead. So I will trade earnings that way, only on specific names. I will buy naked calls or puts on other earnings for little lottos or a little gamble sometimes. If I have profits to play with and I feel like doing it, but majority of the time, try to stay away from earnings. But to DP's last part of the question, I've sold so many cash secured puts. I think honestly it was 2 years ago, and I got assigned, and I took the shares happily. All of the other cash secured puts that I have continued to sell, they all expire worthless, and I just collect the premium. Um, it kind of rinse and repeat. I mentioned it earlier. Rivian and SoFi, I own those stocks at a lot lower. And when they get a few percentages away from my cost basis, if you look at SoFi and Rivian on a larger time frame, especially SoFi for this year of 2026, it's been in the same box from just underneath 15 to just underneath 20. Every time it goes down to 15 or underneath, I buy leaps, and then I have shares, and then I can sell my cash secure puts, and then look at SoFi now for the recent time that it just hit $15. I'm in all positions right now, but my cash secure puts are going to they expired worthless, and then coming up to $20, right? I want to sell covered calls, and I have never had a covered call go against me. Um, to all the way until expiration. I've always closed it prior to expiration.
That's nice.
We just ripped even higher. Holy
I
crap.
know. I saw
Oh
that.
my god.
Yeah, we've got orders stacking up above us. There's like the most an NQ is at 400. So
where's SPX at?
I'm gonna draw some winners for
Ooh.
one Tradeify account. So those that I'm gonna hide the winner details just so that you guys don't see anybody's. All right, Jeffrey R. Is there Jeffrey R here?
Jeffrey. My name is Jeff.
Yeah. Let's see. We've got I'm just gonna keep it going because they got to be on stream. Hold on. There was a time where they write somewhere else that they're here. I had that happen last time. I got off stream and they wrote that they were here, but they wrote like under a different comment or something, and I'm like, great, now I have to give away 2 accounts. So, all right, let's. I don't see it. Okay, well, next. Sorry, I only have one to give out this time around.
Bomp, bomp, bomp.
So unpick, draw the winner. Okay, Dariana, or am I saying that right? Dariana?
Come on down.
He said, let's manifest. Well, I didn't enter. I'm just going to keep it going. So the first person that I see that claims that, that their name up here, then. So like if I draw somebody else and Dariana says, because there's a 5 or 6 second delay.
Bonds are pushing. Nice. Should probably get some nice continuation tomorrow, hopefully.
Zainab.
Or
third time's the charm. That's funny. Look at that.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
No way that just happened.
Yeah.
Oh, that's freaking hilarious.
That is pretty funny.
Look at that. You spoke it into existence. Good
I
for
know.
you.
Somebody said, let's manifest the person underneath.
Right? Someone said, let's manifest. This person's like third time's the charm, and then they get selected. Oh, that's freaking hilarious.
I know.
Look
So,
at that.
sorry.
That's
Sorry,
awesome.
All right, Zainab, DM me, please. That's so funny. But are you so Casey? Do you trade like Power Hour too or no?
Not really. No. I like to be done before lunchtime. I'll be honest with you. For me, 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Eastern is prime time. The first 2 hours of New York Market
Yeah.
Open, that's where I try to make my money. I execute. I usually have swing trades on at some point too. So, like, I had Meta calls the last few days. And Meta had a huge move pre-market, and then I sold almost all of it right there at market open, and then it pulled back. But I mean, I had positions on Meta over 100%. And then I'll look to, day trade a few things within the first 2 hours. And then by lunchtime, hopefully I've taken maybe two other trades, maybe two or three, and made some other money in the day trade accounts and be done by lunchtime. And then usually, power hour for what I like to do is look to see how the market is closing for the end of the day or for the end of the week, or if it's at the end of the month, whatever it is, potentially look to add on new swing trades to have overnight. So I'm not going to day trade power hour, but I'm interested to see how stocks are closing on the day or the week and potentially go ahead and get positioned for a new swing trade setup. That's kind of what I'll do for power hour, is kind of zoom out and look at the larger time frame on things.
Yeah, I don't trade it. Same thing for me. Like it's my first, the first 2 hours of market are the best, and then I have to walk away. Otherwise, if I start giving back, I'm gonna just overtrade, and so I'm done. I leave, and I've also noticed. I don't know if you noticed. I haven't been in spaces as much because I've noticed I've been trading more like kind of by myself or like just with like maybe Emp or Rizzo or something. I do better
Mm-hmm.
when I'm because there's like so many people talking, so many like everybody's taking different trades and
Yeah.
I didn't used to have it affect me by any means, but like I don't know, um, it, it's been a little bit different, so I don't know.
Hey,
Um,
whatever works for you.
yeah, right, right,
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
yeah. I'm watching. Uh, sometimes the only times I'll trade like in power hours, maybe like an eval or something, but trading funded, no thanks, or my life. Yeah, so it's
I stopped trading during lunchtime because there was times where I would try to be trading during lunchtime and I would get myself chopped up, and then I started going to the gym during the lunchtime,
mm-hmm,
and I started trading on my phone at the gym. And 2 days back to back, I lost like 3,000 to 3,500 bucks. So in 2 days, I was down like almost 7 grand, and both times was because I was on my phone in the middle of the day trading at the gym between sets. And after that happened, I was like, I I can't do this. I can't keep doing this. I'm literally, because I would have a green day prior, um, and do everything in the morning, the first 2 hours, and then noon, 1 o'clock rolls around, go to the gym, but I'd be trading on my phone, and I'd give it all back, and then try to make it back, and then it only made it worse.
yep,
And I learned my lesson. So then I was like, okay, where do I perform the best? And your stats will tell you perform the best in the first 2 hours of the day from market open. So that's where I only trade now. So it's just same thing. You learn your lesson. You learn what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Once you have to realize that, which I think a lot of people fail at doing because they don't want to blame themselves or look at their faults. They don't want to accept, they're doing something wrong or accept the losing trade. But once you can mentally, do that and hold yourself accountable, it really is a good pivot point for you as a trader. And then moving on from that, I mean, no issues. I've identified where I perform the best in the first 2 hours of the day.
yep.
That's such a
Same.
great point, because you can only concentrate you can only have like hyper focus for such a long time, and 2 hours seems to be like the sweet spot for that. And then,
Yep.
I mean, people should just take their stats, pull it into Claude, and then figure out, how would my outcome look like if I change these factors, and then just make a rule or a code rule. Like, for example, I can't take more. I have to have certain rules which forces me to follow. I can't go against trends if I have a trade idea. So you can have something like a simple EMA filter, just to get in on an idea. Personally, I don't take more than 3 trades per day. So, last week I only traded 2 days that week. So that's good information for people to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been about the same recently. 3 trades a day for me now is like the max and what I'll shoot for, if anything. I used to be like 5 or 6 a day. I could have 25 to 30 trades at the end of the week. But recently I've been doing a lot better by trading less. In my main account so far this week, it's what, Wednesday, so 3 days. I've had 5 positions put on since Monday, and I have been green on all 5 positions. And that's after 3 days where, before, I would take 5 trades in either 1 day or potentially in, 2 days, nice and easy. And I'm probably not going to trade too much tomorrow or Friday just due to, where the market's at and what's about to happen. It's just not my, forte and price action to associate myself with. So I took advantage of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, make my money, take 5 trades. I could be done for the week if I want to be. No need for me
Yep.
to sit here and trade this price action if it's not favorable for what I do for trading. And being able to realize that it keeps me sane, and it keeps my accounts green at the end of the week.
Yep. I completely agree. And I tell whether it's members or just, people in general, other traders, I'm like, you don't need to be sitting all day to trade. You don't need to, to me, what I figured was like, anytime I overstay at my desk, I'll get bored. I'll think there's a setup and there may not be, and so I think the sooner people realize, the better off they're going to be. Sometimes you've heard me like on spaces, 5 minutes in, I'm like, all right, I'm pretty much done for the day, because I am. I don't need to give something back, and so somebody's opening my garage. That's so weird.
Said somebody's opening your garage, but
Yeah.
who
I hear my garage.
who else has access to your
It's
garage?
probably my son. I forgot that school's out earlier today, because I'm like, it's only 2:15.
all of my family just got all the kids packed up and ready, and they went to the pool
Oh man, that's nice.
because it's like 85 and sunny right now. That's probably where I'm gonna go here soon.
Yep, it's the trader's life. Do whatever you want. I'm like looking to see for Nvidia. I do tend to, or like when we have big tech stocks, Nvidia, Microsoft, whatever, I do tend to like to play a little bit with like an eval or something during that time. So I'll
Mhm.
probably be taking some trades, but I'm in and out fast, so it's kind of a hard thing to try to I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
Anyways, thank you so much. It was great being part of this episode. I'm gonna finish up some stuff here, and good to meet you, Casey. A lot of valuable information. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
You
you
as well,
Alex.
Alex. Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Pleasure
Alex.
meeting you.
Let's see. Do you have any accounts, Casey? Like any evals or anything like that? What's your favorite? I know like you just started kind of dabbling in futures lately. Like what's your favorite like size of an account?
50Ks.
I kind of started like I think I agree with you.
I
Because
like the 50s.
I used to do 150K. Well, I still do 150K, but I've noticed when I do the 150K ones, I tend to degen more.
Yep, that's the reason why I do the 50Ks.
Yep. So, um, like yeah. So that's kind of okay. That's a good thing to know because
Yep.
I've noticed like with myself, and I'll still do like 150K just because obviously it's a wider drawdown, but it can when I get too cocky or too confident, then I'm like, you know what, time to cut this and go down to like a 50K. So because
Yeah, I would rather trade I would rather copy trade 350K accounts than to size heavy and go full freaking balls to the wall in 150K account.
hmm
It's just I don't know the 150s. It depends on who you are as a trader, but I've tried the 150s, and yeah, I would 100% degen and size and over trade those accounts more. I find myself more disciplined with the 50s. The 50s are not that hard to pass. Um, and
No, not at
then
all.
no, and depending on how you're trading and how many, micros or minis, or if you're trading for me on MNQ, I can just take 4 MNQs and be fine. Now, there's times in like Asia session where I go like 16 or 20, but like during the day, you can get multiple 50K accounts. You could take 4 MNQs, copy trade it, and just stack it up that way, and versus just going, full size in 150K account. And I don't know, I just find myself trading and managing the 50Ks better. 25Ks are
I can't do that.
I have a funded 25K right here in front of me. I actually just got this new one. I got the new Lucid daily payout
Yeah.
ones.
hmm
I just got a new 25K and a new 50K the other night, and I passed them both in the same night. So I have them both funded. And these ones I try to stack a couple $100 every day. And I think I'm at like a 75% win rate. It had a red day this morning, but yeah, I don't know. Just something about the 50Ks just keep me sane. They keep me from over trading, going full degen. So I'd rather just stack a few 50Ks than have the larger accounts.
Well, and I think here's the thing though. I used to trade just like 150s, but in the past maybe 6 or 7 months, the market has changed, and our ATR on NQ or MNQ, whatever, has changed so much
Mhm.
that it's actually like, for me at least, it became better to do the 50Ks
Yep.
instead. So it's it's interesting though to think about that because I was always like, I'm not gonna even touch the 50K, but it's like it works for right now. I mean, it works better. So, but you're right. It's better to do multiple like smaller accounts versus just one big account. So,
Yep. Absolutely.
and what's your favorite firm or one
Right
of your favorite?
right now, I would say one of my favorites is Lucid.
Yeah,
I like Lucid. Lucid's good.
yeah, I do too. I like Lucid and Take Profit Trader is always gonna be my
Yeah,
favorite.
everybody, Maple lives by TPT.
Uh-huh.
I just haven't dabbled into their platform and their accounts yet. Everyone telling me that I should, because I think Maple uses daily payout accounts
Uh-huh.
from TPT.
Yeah, that's what you get. Yep, daily
Yeah.
payouts. Yeah.
So he tells me that they're the absolute best. I haven't really researched or dived into it, but I know that is a very popular one that a lot of people look at. So
Yep.
I
It's
might
like
have to do the same.
you're gonna have to do it. It's the only thing though, with the so, um, it's end of day trailing, except once you pass, it
Hmm.
becomes
Intraday.
intraday until you meet your buffer. So until you go over
Okay.
2,100, it's just take your base hits and then you're fine. Take your like um take it easy for the first, 2 days or whatever. And then later, it becomes static like the other ones, and, just milk them. That's that's the
Mhm.
thing about compared to the other firms, like this is probably the easiest for like daily with no consistency, just to kind of milk them. So
Yeah, I think Lucid's new daily ones, I mean, you can so in the eval, you can select if you want end of day or intraday,
intraday, yep, I
and you
saw
can
that.
also select if you want daily loss limit on or off, and all that does is kind of just change the price. For the eval, for me, it doesn't really matter. I don't trade evals the same way I do funded. I go crazy on evals.
Yeah,
Um,
I think
I
most
just
of us
get
do.
I just get them funded and then I size back down and trade my normal way. But I think once you're funded on these ones, though, no matter what, the drawdown stays intraday. It's intraday drawdown for the duration of your funded account on the
Really? It doesn't
on the.
become static?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, damn.
And I think
Yeah.
that's the thing that people don't like right now about the new daily accounts from Lucid is that
Yeah.
because you can select. Because I thought if you buy the 50K daily eval, um, where you can select end of day drawdown or intraday, but it specifically says drawdown in eval, and you select end of day, and you pay for that
That's what I thought
little
too.
little
Like,
extra premium in the eval. But then once you get funded, it is not drawdown in funded. It is automatically intraday drawdown.
yep. But I thought once you go over the threshold, it stops. So I don't know about the. I, it's a good thing to kind of look into, I suppose.
But I know Tradeify, they have their I think it's their select plans.
I
You
like
can
those too.
get you can get the daily payout on those, and those when you're funded from the start, I believe drawdown is end of day no matter what.
Yep. Yep. I like those too. The select accounts.
So I do like those as well. I would say my top two that I have because I started with Apex just because they were cheap,
Mm-hmm.
probably just like almost anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But like overall platform, um, I like Lucid and Tradeify's platform and everything the best, I would say. But I will have to look into TPT next
Oh yeah. TPT is my money maker.
because now I have TradeSyncer now. So
Oh yeah. See, there you go.
so now I can just kind of mix and match and connect a
How
bunch of
does it?
different
So
ones.
I haven't used TradeSyncer. I mean, I've used a few other ones that work fine. Is it pretty reliable when it comes to?
Hmm.
Because I think it's cloud based, is my understanding, and
Yeah.
I get a little nervous about cloud based copy trading.
Hmm.
So
No, I haven't had any issues with it. I know Jordan has been using it for a minute. A few other guys on Spaces have been using TradeSyncer for a minute as well. And no one has shared any kind of complaints or had any horror stories using it so far. And I haven't had any issues yet either utilizing it. So,
okay,
so far, so good with it. What a great
yeah,
idea.
I know,
Like,
right?
I don't know why it took,
No,
like,
they've had it for a long time. I
have
mean,
they?
oh yeah.
Because I've only heard
Um,
about TradeSyncer for the last like year.
no, I've heard about it when they were in the making. Actually, like there was a few other ones that were, um, in the kind of doing the same thing.
Hmm.
But I heard horror stories, but this was obviously when it was in, early on. So that's why I'm like, I stayed away from the cloud base because, um, and went with the ones that you download on your, whatever, your PC.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of a, but yeah, no, I mean, I think with TradeSync, you can, I can't remember, but can you link up Top Step X as well? I don't remember if you can or don't.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I just asked that question to Brady, I think, the other day, because Top Step released those challenge accounts
Mm-hmm.
as well. And we had that same conversation. I asked him, I was like, because technically those aren't eval accounts, they're like challenge accounts. And he was like, you can connect those and copy trade those on TradeSyncer as well. So I guess they do work over there too.
That's nice. I'll have to check it out. Are you sticking around for NVIDIA earnings later?
No, I am not. I have because I'm going on vacation next week.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not, and I've had a great week so far for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the shenanigans starts today with Nvidia, and then we
Mm-hmm.
have more data, and then we have Jackson Hole and War
Mm-hmm.
speaking on Friday. So from this
Yeah.
point till Friday, I'm sitting on my hands even more. So I don't have any kind of lottos or swings or anything really on that's going to be heavily affected by Nvidia, and nor do I plan on risking and putting any more positions on that will be affected by Nvidia in this market. So no, I have no interest really in hanging out and seeing what happens with Nvidia. It's not really going to affect any of my positions any.
Yeah. Where are you going on vacation?
We're staying out here on the East Coast. We're going to be celebrating a family member's birthday, so we're going out to one of the islands out here, rented a beach house, and just going to hang out there for a week.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That's
I
awesome.
haven't had some decent time away from my desk or trading in a while. I don't really go on vacation that often. Not like you. You go on vacation like every month.
I
But
do. I've been to 7 this year already.
oh
But
my god.
yeah, it's so for me it's so important because
Mhm.
whenever I get away, I feel I come back, I'm refreshed, I do better. So it's like it's a necessity at this
100%.
point.
Yeah.
So
That's why.
and I decided to stick away or stay away from trading on my vacations
Mhm.
majority of the time. Sometimes I'll take a trade here and there.
Yeah.
But it's honestly like I didn't realize how much better it makes me when I go and come back. The first two
Yep.
days when I get back, obviously that's a little, being away for a while, but I just perform better. So
Yeah. I'm ready to not sit and stare at all these monitors for a week. going to bring my laptop and have my phone with me and obviously check in with Discord, check in the markets, and
yeah.
probably maybe take a trade or two if I see something on early in the morning. But I'm not gonna actively be, looking and doing honestly a lot of research or what a deep dive into things trying to find good setups. I'm just gonna see if there's anything that's standing out right in front of me that looks really, really good for it. But yeah, I'm excited to get away and come back and probably have a good, sense of being refreshed from it all. Just because,
Hmm.
again, I can't really go on a lot of vacations when I have all these little monsters running around my household. I can't bring them with me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Plus, they might ruin my vacation if I bring them. So that's why I
Well, you
won't.
know what else I was just gonna say? What could ruin like your days if you take this is what I kind of noticed taking a trade and having a red trade, it does tend to freaking ruin your day, you know?
Yeah,
So that's
absolutely.
why I'm like, you know what? I decided I'm like I'm just not gonna I won't even look at the charts. And sometimes, like I said, it's rare, but take that time with your family and with,
Yeah.
it will be fun.
Yep. So I'm excited to get away for a week. I wish I would have taken this week off instead of next week.
Why?
Just because of the fact that it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for me, and I don't really have any interest in on now trading the rest of the week. So might have been better for me to take this week off and then get a full, decent week of trading next week. But just
Yeah.
didn't
Do we have anything
plan out
like
that way.
special next week as
I
far as
mean, probably nothing too crazy, I'd imagine.
yeah, I don't think so either. That's why. Like,
Probably
is there
gonna have
something that I don't know?
probably gonna have a few more things on the earnings, but I mean, the market always gets weird around NVIDIA earnings. It all like
Yeah.
just
Well, in
always one of those things.
September we tend to dip. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm kind of looking forward to that.
Let's see.
Only
I mean,
because it's like so easier for me to short. I don't know why. It just is.
no, I mean you got nothing on Monday. You got PMI at 9:45 on Tuesday. You got Federal Reserve beige book at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Nothing significant. Thursday, jobless claims pre-market at 8:30, and then Friday pre-market is your unemployment rate. So it's nothing significant like we're getting this week. So next week
Right.
should be pretty good. And hopefully after we get this Nvidia earnings, and then I think we have MRVL as well for earnings. Again, you got Jackson Hole, you got War speaking. We're still having some news from Trump come out right now. Maybe we'll finally get some volatility to come into this market and start, breaking some key levels and structure and actually getting some
Yeah.
continuation in a direction to set us up for next week. So maybe we get a little bit better, trendy or better price action and more of a larger range next week than what we've had this week. But unfortunately, again, I won't be here for it. But still would be nice to see that happen.
Yeah, I agree. It's been I see like on on X and stuff. It's been a challenging couple of weeks for a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of
But
people are
August,
hating August.
yeah, August, it's that kind of weird price action. I feel like all the time. So it's not it's not the best.
No, here I want to share my screen one last time before I go.
I think
I want
aren't you?
to
Oh, I didn't realize I was sharing it.
let
Oh, somebody
me
says when looking at the TTM squeeze indicator, what chart do you use? What time frame? I've never used
so
that, so I might look into
here,
it.
I'll actually share my screen real quick.
Let me find you. There you are.
So look, this is SPY. This is an entire week's of price action right here. This is 5 sessions. This is last Thursday. This is Friday. This is Monday. This is Tuesday. This is today. This is an entire almost week of price action. And we are like, what are we doing? We are just in this box. Like, we got so far and extended, went up here, right? We broke down, gap down, retested. Look, there's my little tick indicator for the selling that I was talking about earlier that you don't see too often. The red X, the top of candles. Look at that. Hey yo. Um, and then we just came down. And now for 5 sessions, we're stuck in a box. Yeah, so hopefully we break out of this next week. We can either start getting, a decent move to come back up here to this area, or say freaking screw it. And if they want to bust it down, Tatiana, and see if we can, get a move back down here, a little retest to come down from that previous price action. I don't know, just break us out of this box, do something. But to answer your question, DP, the TTM squeeze indicator, it's right here on TradingView. It's free. It's TTM Squeeze Pro by a dude named Beardy Fred. And once you put that on the chart, this one right here is multi time frame TTM Squeeze Pro by Beardy Fred. This indicator is, I'm going to draw the arrow on the chart. It is this indicator in the top right corner of my screen. And it says SQZ right there in the gray box for squeeze. And then it says 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, 30, 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly, monthly. Those are all kind of the main time frames that I look at. If it is orange or red, that means on those time frames for that stock that you're currently on this chart, it is in a medium or high compression squeeze on that time frame. So I look at it on all time frames. So it's telling me right now that SPY is in a squeeze on the 30-minute, the 1 hour, and the 4 hour. So if you go to your 1 hour right here, like it says, you will see we are in fact in a squeeze on the indicator. You have your red circles right here that are lit up for high compression, and then you have your orange circles lit up right here for medium compression. If you go to your 30-minute, look, we've actually been in a 30-minute squeeze since after hours yesterday at 5:30 on SPY, being inside of this chop box. And it was moving upside. It started to come back downside. It's starting to go back upside. And look, we had bullish divergence that was printed on this candlestick here, right? MACD's positive. Your squeeze is moving up. So when it flips bullish, which is on that candlestick here, it's a great area to look at for potential longs to squeeze, right? Consolidation leads to expansion. So you would want to see the expansion to break either up into this box and then eventually, hopefully, over the range. But again, due to NVIDIA earnings and the market closing in 20 minutes, and this is the 30-minute chart, I highly doubt that we see this 30-minute squeeze fire before NVIDIA reports their earnings. So outside of, something like this situation here going into the end of the day where you can't trade it in 20 minutes and then NVIDIA's coming out, I do look at the squeeze on all of those different time frames.
That's awesome. I just added it to my chart. I need to get familiar with that indicator before I attempt to use it.
Yeah, I love it. I've been using it for years. It's a great tool.
Let's see.
But you're welcome, DP. I'm glad it helped.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
I feel like we're gonna maybe sell off a little bit before, and then they'll buy back up. We'll see though. So do you mainly trade like micros instead of minis?
Yeah. Unless in my funded, in my evals, I trade NQ.
Yeah. I try to stick to minis in both, just but I am more aggressive on evals versus my funded for sure. Yeah, I think we come visit 300, maybe hold there.
If you want to know where QQQ just rejected at, it's your daily 21 EMA. It just back tested it at 713.
Oh, let me take a look. Did you know that I use EMA 30 instead of EMA 21, which happens to be very, very like close to each other or similar?
That's
And
so weird.
It's not. There's a Peter Tuckman.
Yeah.
And David Green. So David and Peter are my mentors. And so EMA 30, you know how everybody, oh my God, the whole FinTwit talks about like, oh, they're out there trying to get your stops and this and that. They're not. They don't care about your stops. They don't know where your stops are. But most people use EMA 21. So when you put a stop, it ends up being around EMA 30. So like, you know how Wix a little bit above 21, one way or the other? That's actually EMA 30. Same thing, like I use EMA 65 instead of EMA 50, and for the same reason, because they like to grab liquidity, so they know where most people are going to put their, stop losses. So it works out, at least for me, it works out better. So that's
interesting. I'm about to throw
check
it on one of my charts.
I know. Yeah, check it out. Because they're so like close to each other. But so I don't know if you remember, Emp and Rizzo used to make fun of me about my EMAs, and I used to use like EMA 200. So they like made up one EMA 233 or something like that, and it
Yeah, that's
kept
what he
working.
used.
It kept working really well, and it's like, well, yeah, because that's where the stop losses are going to be placed. It would end up being at like EMA 233 or 230ish compared to EMA 200. So I'm actually
Oh,
gonna,
wow, this is actually kind of interesting
isn't it?
because I have a like a trend ribbon that I use that will flip bullish and bearish, and I use the 9 and 21, but I flipped it to the 9 and the 30, and there are multiple occasions where like one of the candles would usually break the ribbon, but then it actually just retests it and it gets a decent reaction off of it and goes back.
Well, have you seen so instead of like EMA 9, I do use EMA 5 and 9 for parabolic moves, but
Mhm.
then I use EMA 15, which is a pretty good one as well. It's so
I
funny, like
know a lot of people use 13 and 48.
I've never heard of anybody using 48.
Yeah,
I've heard
I've seen
13.
yeah, I've seen 13 and 48. It's kind of like what people look for, I guess, for like the 9 and 21, or if you do like the 9 and 30, you have your lower and then your higher number for your moving averages. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people who will go to like the not your 5-minute chart, but they'll go a little bit higher, maybe to your 10-minute, even up to your 30-minute, but they'll use a 13 and a 48 EMA instead.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm looking at the QQQ daily chart, and I slapped on EMA 30 in the daily.
Let me check. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to mess around with this.
Do it.
That's
It's
interesting because
interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting.
I've never heard anyone ever using the 30 before. So
Yeah,
that is
30 and
pretty neat.
65 instead of the 50. Yeah, it worked. I don't know. It works really well, so I tend to stick to those. I just saw that Peter got a bronze statue.
Did he?
Yeah, I just saw it, and I gotta
Nice.
send him a text message and congratulate. It's freaking awesome. He's been there forever.
Yeah,
He deserves it.
I just met him for the first time. I've been waiting so long. It was so cool to meet him.
Yeah. I remember the first time I hooked Jordan, and it was KT that went. This was like 4 years ago, I think, or three and a
Mhm.
half years ago, maybe. I can't remember. And they were so excited and happy, and with their selfies and stuff like that. And it's so cool to see like this whole like our crew kind of out there and
Mhm.
going into the big world.
Oh, look, after that buy signal came in on QQQ at 2:45, you had your big pop later on at 3 o'clock, and that 3 o'clock candle, the indicator printed the red arrow at the high of it, saying that we were overextended and need to pull back to your EMAs. And lo and behold, what did we just do on QQQ? We sold off and just pulled back to the EMAs.
Yeah. So when you trade futures, do you still use the cues, like the chart, or
Yep.
do you use like I usually don't. I don't look at the QQQ or SPY. I still stick to like NQ or ES charting.
Yep.
But I know EMP uses QQQ and a few other ones, which I mean it would make sense.
Yep.
Um,
So do I.
yeah. Okay.
Yep, I look at SPY and QQQ, and we'll trade MES or MNQ. Um, One thing that's kind of like hit and miss though is VWAP, because VWAP is almost different at the same time on QQQ, MNQ, and NQ.
Hmm.
VWAP will usually be different across like all three of them. So
Yeah, I've never
it's
really
it's weird.
had a good even like on NQ. I've just never had like with VWAP. It's just never been something that I can say consistently is a hit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can
Yep.
tell you EMA 65 or EMA 30 or whatever, is a bigger hit uh, consistency wise than VWAP, at least for me. I don't know why. I mean, I still have it on my chart, but
Dude, what's kind of funny right now is I put your EMA 30 on one QQQ chart,
Mhm.
and then the one over here, I have the 21 on it, right?
Mhm.
And this current candle that we're getting on QQQ that's popping up, it bounced right off the 5 minute, 30-minute EMA or 30 EMA.
on
And
what time frame?
on QQQ 5 minute,
5 minute. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I see
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, look, we're getting a really nice green candle reaction right off of your
Yeah.
30 EMA. But on my other chart, that's the 9 and the 21. This candle and the previous red candle in front of that both closed and went underneath the 21, where a lot of people, if they were long or trying to get long, if they would have seen that, they probably would have been like, I don't know about that. But then I look over here at my other one that I just threw on your 30, and I'm like, oh, that was kind of a great spot to actually get long.
Yeah. So remember how I said we're probably going to go down to like 300ish? Well, it's
Mhm.
303. That's on NQ. That's my EMA 30, and we came. I mean, usually 305. So usually, EMAs are a little delayed, which would actually end up being that would be the EMA 30 within a point or two. And look at the bounce.
Dude, this is like,
It's
oh
a game
snap!
changer. You'll see.
I love it. Is that RSI right there?
So this okay, so this is my 1 minute chart, and then this is my order flow footprint. So I watch. Okay, so like when we are around key levels. So like here, okay, look at this. We come down to that EMA 30. So let's say you're watching for that EMA 30, and see how it's negative, negative, and then all of a sudden we get a little bit of a positive, which is that bounce, and then we start getting positive delta, which it indicated reversal. So here on the 1 minute chart, the only reason why I have the 1 minute chart is because of the order flow footprint, so that people kind of can see, okay, if I'm looking at this candle, that's what, whoops, hang on. That's what this candle, nope. That's what this candle is,
Okay.
to differentiate. Not, I don't take trades off of the 1 minute. I use higher time frame, but I do look at the volume and delta on my order flow footprint. So yeah, this here is RSI, which I don't use unless it's, especially on a lower time frame, but
Mhm.
unless it's over 80 or under 20. And then this is ATR, just kind of telling me on the 1 minute we're only in like a 9 point range. In a 5 minute we're at a 22 point range on NQ. So like this morning, we were at, I think at like 20 something. Hang on, let me see. I believe it was like 18. Yeah. So we're about 20. The ATR on NQ this morning, and my stop loss is 17.5 points. So I kept getting wicked out twice, and then finally but yeah, I don't usually use RSI unless it's that far for moving average trade.
Yep.
So that's the way I look at it. But yeah, I'm telling you, they're
That
going to be
that
game
foot
changers.
that order flow footprint thing looks so crazy.
I know the first time I saw it, and when I was kind of like looking into it, and I've been using it for 4 years, I'm like, this looks like the Matrix. I'm never gonna learn this. I don't. And I'm like, I bought it. It was like, I don't know, 400 or 500 bucks at the time. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't matter. And I bought it. And I'm like, you know what? I sat on it for a couple of days. I'm like, I better freaking use that because I paid for it. So I might need to force myself. So that's what I did. I basically forced myself. And the thing is you're not. I don't look at it for every candle because it doesn't give you anything, any information. These are executed orders, But if you're looking at a key level, so let's say that 300, 305, and you're kind of expecting to, or if it's, you're looking at your EMA 21 and you want to take a trade, but you want to see what's going to happen at that level, that's where this comes in. And then you can see, then if there's buyers stepping in or sellers. So like here, see how it's got a little arrow down? It means we're losing, more sellers are coming in, we're losing delta. So more negative delta is coming through. So like I wouldn't take a trade right now. I wouldn't take a trade right now anyway, because it's MOC and end of day and right before NVIDIA. But a lot of times it'll kind of give you more of a confluence, like, okay, I see buyers stepping in, and I'm gonna, kind of like a confluence. Okay, I'm gonna long. So it's just like an X-ray of the. I don't look at the inside of the candle. You see how like you can see that's like I don't do that. But up on the top where it has FP, it has these. It's called bar markers, and they print as the orders are coming through. So it will tell you like if it's a delta sweep, if it's if it's rising, dropping, if there's trapped traders, if it's bullish or bearish. Like it kind of gives you these. See that EMA right there? That's EMA 200. On the 1 minute, that's the one M used to, well, 233.
233.
So like if you're a scalper, it's a lot easier to scalp with this versus like not, because you can see a little bit of a difference with volume and delta and all of that coming through. So
Dude, look at this candle. Oh my God.
Yeah, like I said, we're probably going to sell off right before. They're going to take their profits and then they're going to come back, and I don't know. It depends if they're going to buy it back up or what. But it's going to be wild to watch futures tonight. Even though, like, I'm not, right now I'm not trading anything, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when, tomorrow we'll probably see profit taking, because we tend to see that lately after earnings the next day. There's profit taking, and so. But yeah, it's these EMAs, I'm telling you, I don't care. Like I know people are using ICT or whatever, that's fine. Everybody has their own strategy, but I swear I have tried different things, and I always go back to like what works like very precisely, So kind of found it fun that most of us in spaces, we all use EMAs and we all had like different exposure to it and different teachers or mentors or so.
Did Peter or David teach you about the
Yep. So I took a course within Investopedia Academy. So they used to have an academy a long time ago, like 5-6 years ago, and that's how I came across David and Peter, and it was through that. Then they went. So Investopedia Academy closed. And then I think they started, I think it's called Wall Street. I can't remember what the name is, but they started their own academy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like WSGA.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
So
Wall Street something Academy.
Yeah, right. And so basically, I was with them, and they were in my both of them are in my Discord, except Peter doesn't really. He's not very tech savvy. He's not really on Discord, obviously, but so yeah, that's kind of how I met them, was, and that's what I've been taught. So I've tried different methods, and that's I'm just kind of like going back to something that's more precise. I like precision. So yeah, let's see. Well, we're almost at closing.
Yeah, you got some Intel calls coming in INTC. INTC is going to be affected by NVIDIA earnings, but you do have some calls coming in here before market closes. Usually some crazy flow starts to come in. You got some ARM calls coming in as well. What else? The INTC.
Do you like look at the flow as well, like for options? What comes through?
Yeah.
You do. Yeah, I used to do that. Oh, let's see. MOC. NASDAQ. It's only like it's been pretty small lately. It's like 219 million. Not a whole lot
Yeah, the MOCs have been like almost like nothing burgers recently.
lately. I know, right? Remember when we used to have those nice moves and
Dude, I used to take SPX contracts like freaking I could take a call and a put like right out of the money and let one just go worthless. The other one would go like 400%. And you're just net
I
and then you're net green. But now you do that and you don't really get any decent move really.
right. I saw that. It's kind of sad actually.
Sucks.
Let's see.
Oh,
All right.
INTC's interesting. I just don't know if I want to swing
I don't know. I wouldn't want to swing anything over
tough.
during NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a small lot or something, but
daggone. Remember that freaking spy chart that showed the top red zone right there? That's where we just flushed at. And we're coming right back down to the midpoint, like right now.
yeah.
Look at this boring ass price action.
Yeah.
Straight back down.
Well, the candle before in the 5-minute, we bounced right off of EME 65 and went up, and then let's see what happens. I don't know. Do you know what time NVIDIA reports exactly? Or
I think it's 4:15.
is it? Oh well.
But
Well,
there's your
all right.
closing bell. And now you got 15 minutes if anyone's going to be
Yeah.
interested or positioned for NVIDIA.
Yeah, not me.
Me either.
Yeah. Well, thank you for stopping
Yeah,
by, and gotta do this more
absolutely.
often. I learned so much more about you today, and we've
Yeah.
been trading for years together, so I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I had fun. Thanks for having me come
Yeah.
on.
You're welcome. So see you guys. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys. I'll catch you later.
Bye-bye.